This a mind game. Facts type lies get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats to get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey!
Step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't
Thank
no
you.
rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim.
Thank you, guys.
Background. Like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Yeah, this ain't a safe place. Sparring with Santana.
Da-da. Ding, 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 ding. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana. One-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and guys, I am looking for some debates. So if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. If you're over on YouTube, I don't know what's happening, but I completely refreshed everything. I'm going to keep an eye on it. Everywhere else, we're G to G, but for some reason, YouTube is acting silly this morning, but it's all good. Again, I am absolutely looking for some debates. I am looking for some debates because I figured out how to end the war. And I think all of these things are necessary in order to be able to end the war. But if you disagree, get in the box. Get in the box. Now, what I would like for the people who are friendly to do, keep tapping the screen, right? Let's go ahead and get the likes up to let's get the likes up to 25,000 likes. Also, guys, please share the live maybe once or twice. That
Y'all ready for this?
Guys, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and guys, if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It'll boost the live, push us out to the FYP. YouTube, I'm sorry, I'm keeping an eye on, and I'm not sure what's happening. It's only affecting YouTube, so we'll figure that out. But we got Nash here, and Nash is saying that he disagrees with the point of removing white men from power.
I didn't say I disagreed.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I apologize. I don't want to actually.
I just asked you who you thought.
I'm gonna do this. Did they? Oh, they left. Okay. All right. They left. All right. Again, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. So like I was saying, there was a couple of things that have occurred with the Trump administration. And I'm a little bit confused, right? I'm a little bit confused in the sense that, well, I guess I'm not necessarily talking about and how they have no interest in having a ceasefire. This is what he actually said when it came to the idea of a ceasefire. Second here.
For a ceasefire, Pope Rico is calling for a ceasefire in the Middle East and to reopen dialogue. What do you say to Pope?
Well, look, we can have dialogue, but I don't want to do a ceasefire. You know, you don't do a ceasefire when you're literally obliterating the other side. They don't have a Navy. They don't have an Air Force. They don't have any equipment they don't have any spotters. They don't have anti-aircraft. They don't have radar. And their leaders have all been killed at every level. We're not looking to do that. Thank you. Thank you.
that on thinkers, I'm sorry, Apple products, all kinds of unnecessary, right? And with the actual money that was being spent That could have been money that was reallocated to other places. But the big thing that I'm trying to get across is the money that is being spent is not only not appropriately allocated, but it's wasteful. The actual DoD hasn't passed a audit in like a long time. So what I'm advocating for is to cut the military budget, because currently you could cut our military budget in half, and we would still have the largest military budget by $300 billion. But at the same time, ensuring that the money that we are spending, it goes towards a couple of different things. Research and development, making sure that we don't fall behind as far as like what we're doing as far as staying advanced. I also said we need to reallocate the funds to increase pay and benefits for current service members, and also increase benefits for vets. So those things are going to be the focus as far as cutting the military budget. And it'll also give us an opportunity to focus on our allyships, our alliances, the people that we partner with, and ensure that we're able to have a strong allyship across the board. So with cutting the military budget, it's not about impacting our troops, or hell, even impacting our ability to effectively protect the United States. It's about making sure that we are not over policing the world, not creating more tensions with the military, and also taking care of the people that need to be taken care of.
Yeah, I was more thinking that you meant like for like the VA, because
oh no, more money to the VA.
Yeah, I was in the military and they kicked me out because I was assaulted, and let the guy that did so to me stay
hold
in.
on. We don't want to. That's a trigger warning. We don't want to go too.
My bad.
far.
I'm sorry.
No, all good. But yeah, so
and then I've seen how the Trump administration has cut like a lot of the funding for the VA. So that's what I was making sure.
Yeah. So, and that's a problem, right? Again, we're cutting money for the VA, but yet spending money on steak, lobsters, and ice cream machines and recliners. Like that's the thing. So, but it's all about ensuring that we are properly using the money and resources we have, while at the same time taking care of the people that are the most important.
Okay, yeah, that was the main thing that I wanted to make sure, that it wasn't only like it was. I don't care if we cut like the major spending and give more to the VA. I'm for that. That was what I was like. Oh no.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something that a lot of people fear, and that's something I try to make sure that people understand, that I would never advocate for taking anything away from our soldiers, but I am absolutely advocating for better spending and a better reallocation of resources. So
yeah, because I've noticed now that with the Trump administration, most of the VA like things have been cut back, such as help for getting medications. Most of the people I know have not been able to get their medication for at least 4 months, because most of the money went into buying the lobsters.
Yeah, absolutely. But all right, do you disagree with anything else though?
No, not at all.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. It's only one coin. Yeah, YouTube, we should be pretty good now. I think there was an issue. I switched browsers and went through a different way, and so we should be G to G now over on the YouTubes, but I'm keeping an eye on that. Again, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. So I just played the video from Donald Trump talking about how he would not accept a ceasefire agreement. Thank you for the cake. Now, the interesting thing about him not accepting the ceasefire agreement is that he's completely pivoted on that. Hi, TJ, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Well, I'm not 100% certain. I'm just kind of curious what you mean by remove U.S. global presence. Are you talking about military bases overseas primarily?
Yes.
Gosh, I'm split down the middle on that. I mean, let's start with Japan. I would completely agree with you on Japan. I assume you would mean like kind of a gradual withdrawal over time, or do you mean because they don't want us there? Yeah.
How about this? Tell me why you would be against removing the United States global presence.
In certain parts of the world, I would agree. I would say Japan, possible. South Korea, I would tend towards no. Southeast Asia, I would also tend towards no. Simply because, well, I mean, let's just start with Southeast Asia. Have you been to like Philippines, Vietnam, Thailand? Have you been to those countries?
No, I haven't been to Southeast Asia.
Well, there's a lot of concern in that part of the world that like China, you've got the Chinese Navy, which is deploys a lot of ships on, I forget I mean, it's all the Pacific Ocean, you get that, but there's that body of water to the west of the Philippines. And they're always concerned that China's going to take over more of that without the U.S. military presence there. There's also a lot of American businesses there and Americans who live there, probably more Philippines than Thailand. Those two countries are big exporters to the United States. So, I mean, my concern would be, and I'm curious how you would answer this, if we remove the American military from Southeast Asia, let's just focus on that part of the world, because Korea is kind of a different game. But we take our military out, what happens to trade between that region and what happens to American businesses in that region if China becomes the dominant economic force?
Yeah. So thank you. Holy smokes. Debbie's in the chat because thank you so much for the super whatever that was. So let me just give you my entire premise, because I think that giving you that may answer a couple of your questions and then give you a little bit of a different perspective. So when I say that we need to remove the U.S. global presence, and speaking on the military bases, we have anywhere from 750 to 800 military bases in every country around the world. My premise is that we don't need that, and not saying that we don't need the ability to support our allies or that we don't need the ability to be able to respond quickly. But what I am saying is that we don't need the ability to be the overwhelming force in every area. So I'm good with having different aspects and levels of support for our allies in different areas in the world as needed. But the thing that I want to make sure that we're not doing is being the most dominant presence in the area. I understand making sure that we have access to be responsive, and we have to actually have, if we have to help support in any way. But I believe that reducing the amount of military presence will help cool the global tension as far as the actual issues that are occurring around the world. And then it'll help with a couple of the correlating things that I have, including cutting the military budget. We understand that the military industrial complex not only demands money and bullets and gun, but also people, right? And the fact that we have so many bases, it demands that we get more and more troops, young men and women, that we ship all around the world to stand for, America, but at the same time, stretching things. So that's my entire premise. Not saying that we can't support our allies in different ways, but saying that we don't need to be how we are currently.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you on Europe and Japan. I mean, maybe the solution then would be, let's say with Southeast Asia, would it just be maybe selling them high-end equipment and beefing up their military presence as a deterrent? Would that be something you would be in favor of?
Yeah, I mean, I'm perfectly fine with that. Like I said, when it comes to our allies, the one big thing that I want to ensure that we're doing is actually bolstering and supporting our allies. So I don't want to leave any of our allies high and dry. So I'm perfectly fine with selling additional equipment, leaving a smaller presence in place, or whatever the case may be. And again, it's going to be different for different areas. But the biggest thing is I don't want as many troops in the areas, and I don't want as large of a presence.
Well, then here's the thing. I mainly agree with you on that. I just thought maybe you were, talking about just complete withdrawal. No. I totally do agree with you on a lot of that. Look, I got to go. I'll let you have some other discussions, but thanks a lot.
Okay. Yep. No worries. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks. All right. Bye.
Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. Keep knocking out the daily gift goal, please. The donuts, please, please, please knock out the donuts. That'll help push the live. And W's in the chat for Heaven, who sent a $10 super chat over on YouTube and just sent a smile. Thank you so much, Heaven. YouTube, again, I'm sorry. Like, I don't know what was going on, but we are G to G now. And I appreciate each and every one of you for sticking it out. So we're good. Like I said, if you disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We're looking for some debates. Now, what I was saying is Donald Trump has completely pivoted from the premise of, oh, we don't need a ceasefire to actually yesterday moving to the position of like, well, we're not going to strike Iran anymore because there's a possible negotiation, right? Donald Trump said, because 48 hours ago, Donald Trump said that if Iran did not reopen the Strait of Hormuz, that he was going to start bombing the energy areas for Iran, which is against the Geneva Convention, of course, but Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about that. And Iran actually said in kind they would retaliate by hitting water reservoirs and things along those lines, which is against the Geneva Convention as well. So it's like, when I tell you the posturing has been insane. One of the leaders for Iran was being interviewed, and the actual person interviewing the leader said Donald Trump has threatened to send Marines into Iran. And the military leader said, okay, we're waiting. That was it. That was literally it. Nothing else. That's scary as shit. Like, what? They literally told him, come catch this fade. Not trying to fuck with that. Anywho, Donald Trump in his administration, after pretending as if they weren't going to back down, now there's talks that they're going to back down. It's all a little bit confusing. But the one thing that we do know is that Scott Bassett is out here saying that, oh, the way that we have to do it is we got to kick it up a level in order to actually be able to make it happen.
We are taking out their missiles, their missile systems, and the factories that build those missiles. And now the General Kane, Secretary Hegseth are leading a campaign to destroy all the fortifications along the Straits of Hormuz.
Just to put a fine point on this, though, is the president in the process of winding down this war or escalating the conflict?
Again, they're not mutually exclusive. Sometimes you have to escalate to de-escalate.
Okay. NBC News is reporting that President Trump is considering sending troops into Iran. Will the administration...
So that was Scott Bassett, the Secretary of the Treasury. Now, he said something at the end, and I really hope you guys caught that. That was super important. The end part that he said sometimes you have to escalate to de-escalate. Sometimes you have to escalate to de-escalate. You said war, Pat, you said war is peace. Come up here and tell me about it. That's a weird statement, Patch. I just sent you a request. I'm going to mute you. I need to understand what you mean by that. Patch, come up here. Accept that request, Patch. Come up here and tell me about it. That was a crazy statement. Yeah. So he said that sometimes you have to escalate to de-escalate. Now, I need everybody to lock the fuck in with me for a second. I need everybody to lock the fuck in with me for a second. Our government is ran by Nazis. Hear me when I say it. That's who's in charge. That's who's running our government. So, for anyone who doesn't know, give me a second here. This person right here, I'll put this on the screen. All right. Oh. Okay. Walter Funk. Walter Funk. For anyone who doesn't know who Walter Funk is, Walter Funk was a Nazi, and he worked for Hitler, and under the same premise that Scott Bessett works for Donald Trump, right? He ended up actually rolling up. What was his official title? One second here. Economic minister. Walter Funk was Hitler's economic minister, and he's also someone that was put on trial during the Nuremberg trials, right? Now, the important thing to know about this guy right here, Walter Funk, is that he believed the exact same thing that Scott Bessett just said. The economic minister parroted the same exact points that Scott Bessett, our current Treasury Secretary, has said. He was someone that believed that there was a necessity to continue to escalate war and conflict, and then in order to gain power and economic stability. That was the basis of his actual thoughts. And that's the same thing that Scott Bessett is saying when talking about the conflict and saying sometimes you have to escalate to de-escalate. They're literally pulling everything straight out of a Nazi playbook. That's what they're doing. Now, that's not the most insane thing that's coming out of the Trump administration, because we know for a fact that they have continued to show incompetence. Now, one thing that I am, you know what, I'm not gonna play this because I actually was making a video. I was making a video, and I'm gonna put the video out, so I'm not gonna talk about that part. But I'll hop forward. Sorry. Donald Trump is a national embarrassment. Which MAGA, this is the thing that really bothers me, because not only by electing Donald Trump did you guys put the entire world in danger. Welcome in, Swan Raid. Welcome in, Swan Raid. Not only by electing Donald Trump did you guys put the entire world in danger, all because you wanted to own the libs. But you guys made the world you guys made the United States a national embarrassment. The representation that we have for our country, the person that we send out to meet the leaders of other nations, is an idiot, an absolute moron. And so when he meets people like the Prime Minister of Japan, he says shit like this.
pick a beautiful-looking person from Japan. A question for the Prime Minister. Go ahead. Yeah. Sure. Oh, he doesn't believe he's beautiful. Oh. He's just sounding shy. Go ahead, please.
Of course, no. Japan and US are very good friends. But one question: why didn't you tell US allies in Europe and Asia, like Japan, about the war before attacking Iran? So we are very confused about we Japanese citizens.
Well, one thing, you don't want to signal too much. You know, when we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay, why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay, right? You know, he's asking me. Now you believe in surprise, I think much more so than us, and we had to surprise him, and we did. And because of that surprise, we knocked out, the first 2 days, we probably knocked out 50% of what and much more than we anticipated doing. So if I go and tell everybody about it, there's no longer a surprise.
Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? That's the leader of our country. The most powerful person on earth. That's him. That's him. He said, why didn't you tell me, him, not the United States? Why didn't you notify the US? Why didn't Japan notify the US prior to bombing Pearl Harbor? W's in chat for Swan, which is a stupid premise on its face, because the question that came from the reporter was based in the sense of like not letting your allies know that you're taking these military measures. Japan and the US weren't allies when Japan bombed Pearl Harbor. Donald Trump wasn't the fucking president either. So the absolutely insane shit that falls out of his mouth never ceases to amaze me. Hey, thank you for the galaxy. It never ceases to amaze me. Now, with that being said, chat, it could always get worse. It could always be worse. Or he could actually say something even more stupid.
So we're into 6G now. I just 5G. I was a leader on 5G getting that done, and now they're up to 6.
Let's do it again.
What does that do? Give you a little bit deeper view into somebody's skin? See, I like the cameras the old days. So they just had a nice feature. Now they cover every little. Let's see, Michael, you're in good shape. You're not gonna. But I tell you, it's the 6 is coming, huh?
That was Donald Trump meeting with business leaders, and they were talking about the development of 6G with mobile devices. We all know that currently we use 5G technology, and the 6G technology is on its way. And Donald Trump thinks that 6G is used for X-rays. He thinks that 5G, 6G is used for X-rays. That's interesting. I heard we got someone yip-yapping over in the YouTube chat. Let me take a look at this. Who is Underboss? Where is he at? Where's he at? Hold on a second. I don't see him. Where is he at? What did he say? Hold on. He said, Oh, hold on. Where's the? I don't see him. Is this it? Oh, Mushmoo, I love to talk over the phone, but my voice changes sometimes. Scared humans. I'd be monitoring my device. Prefer. Oh, not him saying that the only reason he won't come up and debate me is because his voice changes when he talks. Oh, hey, guess what, Bub? I'm gonna put you in timeout. And until you get the testicular fortitude to actually get up here and debate me, I don't care what you have to say. Like, you sitting here pretending that, oh, the reason, well, you know what, I would debate you, but you know, I gotta go walk my cat. I would debate you, but I gotta go walk my cat. Click that link, coward. Click that link. I just dropped it in the chat again. Get up here. You don't even have to leave your safe space. Click that link. They must have forgot how we do it over on YouTube. I'm going to keep an eye on this YouTube chat. I'm about to start swatting them down. I'm going to start making sure that, like, whatever the fuck you guys think you're doing over on YouTube, you're not getting away with that. This guy, Russell Schwartz, said, if it weren't for Trump, half of you assholes wouldn't even have this page. Guess what, Russell? Get in the fucking box, you coward. I just put you, hold on. I just made sure to put you in timeout. Come up here and tell me about it. I don't care about you crying in my YouTube chat. You guys are all insignificant, weak cowards. Scott Barney said, debating doesn't involve interrupting, talking over, and I'm assuming, wait, hold on. No, guys, don't delete the messages. Hey, mods over on YouTube, let's not delete messages unless it's super harmful. Don't delete the messages unless they're actually engaging in some type of ableism, racism, something like that. If they're just talking shit, like, don't delete it. I want to see those messages. Like, we don't need to actually just delete their messages because they're talking shit. But I will put them in timeout because I don't give a shit about what they're saying. So, Scott Barney, I just put you in timeout. You won't get the yip yap in my YouTube comments. What? They're such cowards. What up, Dan? Exactly. They're such cowards. Who else? An Illuminati head leader would know what I'm speaking of. This guy's just fucking weird. You come up here. I want to talk to you, Han John or whatever. I'm putting you in timeout as well. Come up here and talk to me. Like, I want to. I'll break out my tinfoil hat to talk to you. That shit's weird. What else? What's the argument or debate about? The topics are on the background. What do you mean? Look at the topics. If it wasn't for Trump, we wouldn't have affordable housing, the first time buyers. Hey, Movard, you're stupid. I'm putting you in timeout as well. Like, I'm putting you in timeout for being stupid. I don't even care if you come up here and debate me or not, but I'm putting you in timeout for making stupid statements. I just dropped that link. Click the link. You guys are such cowards. They are so brave when they can hide in the comments. They're so brave hiding in the comments. They're so brave when they're hiding in the comments. What else? What else? Hey, they've stopped typing. They're being really cautious with their words now. Tell me, who's responsible for the state? What state? Fucking idiot. You keep replying. So yes, you indeed have a problem with being wrong. You just take a L and move. I don't know who you're talking about with that. Who else? Oh yeah, they've gotten really quiet now. Any state. All right. Hey, whoever, Denny Shire or whatever, listen, I'm not going to fucking talk back and forth with you in the comments. I'm muting you. Click the link. Like, again, you guys don't even have to leave YouTube. I am giving you the opportunity to get up here and talk about it. I'm not going to fucking debate with the comments. I'm just going to mute you. I don't care what you guys are saying in the comments. I have no interest in actually debating the comments. All you got to do is click that link. You don't even have to leave your safe space, Snowflake. Guys, you should see this shit. Now all of them are hitting the mannequin challenge now. No one has anything to say. You said the link isn't clickable. No, the link is, you can click the link. Hold on. That's not true. I've tested that out. That is interesting. I see what you're saying. Oh, well, type the link out. It's a short link. I guess it's clickable for some and not clickable for others. It probably depends on your view. Regardless, it's a short link. Fuck it. It's still a short link. Click it. Or if don't click it, then type it. I don't know. Fuck that. I don't care. It's clickable on desktop. Oh, okay. If you're on desktop, you can click it. But you got to copy and paste it if you're on mobile view. All right, fuck it. I don't care. I don't care. That's still not an excuse. Still not an excuse. Get up here. Mods, keep an eye on YouTube. I want to get back to what I was saying. Keep an eye on YouTube. If they start running their mouth again, let me know, because I'm going to come back over here and bully them to getting back up here. We will not. Our chat is not your safe space. Our chat is not your safe space. You said censorship 101. Censor these nuts in your mouth. How about that? I just put you in timeout. Get up here and debate me, you clown. You guys are so stupid. You don't even know how the First Amendment works. Like, that's the crazy thing. You guys, you guys. You guys, for some reason, think the First Amendment applied to like the private entities. You have no First Amendment rights here unless you actually have the testicular fortitude to come up here. Outside of that, no one gives a shit about what you're saying. Go cry somewhere else. Go fucking find the lady that has the office with the chair that you have to pay that'll listen to you cry. No one else cares about you crying. Not my chat, not me, not my mods. Trying to remember, are you a racist crash out?
Negative.
Why do I feel like you said the N word hard ER.
Wrong person. Santana.
Okay, I apologize. I don't want to. For some reason, that's what I was thinking. But you know, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. We'll get into it. I know you're a Trump supporter. 2 seconds here. Sandra, thank you so much for the $5 donation. Sand. Just want to make sure I got my two donations from got the 2 donations from yesterday, since we sent it before and after the live. Keep up the good work. Sandra, I'll take a look at that. I'll make sure. I'll go back and check and see. But thank you so much for the $5 donation. You're fucking awesome. Also, guys, Debbie's in the chat as well for MAGA Cries for the $2 super chat to say the president. I'm sorry, the president touch is yapping like a coward. Yeah, that makes sense. What did this guy just say? I'm sorry. Give me 2 more seconds here. Where'd the guy go? 1 second. I saw one thing before I switched on. It was someone. Yeah.
You should handle your business before you bring people up. It just shows you're inexperienced.
You shouldn't tell me how to run my lives.
You're extremely inexperienced. Nobody does that unless you're a child.
You think so?
I know so.
How does your lives normally work, Ambush? How
You're
successful,
just an embarrassment.
How successful are your lives?
As an immature
How successful
scammer,
are your lives?
That's how, but I would expect, we don't expect anything more.
That's fine. How successful are your lives?
Zero success.
Okay. So how about instead of you telling me about my lives, you focus on your zero success. Anyway, which point do you disagree with on the background that you like to start with?
Well, your existence, for one.
That's not on the background. Lock in for me, Bub. Which point on the background do you disagree with the most where you like to start?
The people that won't talk to you on YouTube is because you don't even rate a response via the keyboard. That's why they don't come up and talk to you. You don't even rate that.
Ambush.
That's how low you are to them.
We've already established that I don't care about what you think when it comes to hosting my live.
Well, sure you do. Otherwise, you wouldn't mute people.
I don't. Again, like I mute people because that's my decision about how I run my lives. And then I'm going to mute you, right? It bothers. That's how I mute you, right? I don't care about you whining and complaining about how I run my lives, right? If you need a safe space, then go find somewhere where you can have a baby bottle and a binky. I don't care about that. But what I do care about is you actually telling me which point you disagree with on the background so we can start the debate. If you came up here to cry, you can leave. I don't care about you crying. Would you like to tell me which point you disagree with on the background?
You're actually too much of an embarrassment to even go any further. So
okay, then run.
Well,
run away. I know. Oh, he ran. Him got his feelings hurt. Oh, well. I don't know, guys. I often wonder why people think that their opinions of me affect me, right? If you're part of my community, if you're part of my circle, if you are someone that I pour into and you pour into me, I absolutely care about what you think. But if you're some random internet troll, someone who tends to side with fascism, if you're someone that is only perpetuating the harm of marginalized communities, why would I care what you think? I'm a little bit confused as far as why those type of people would care what I think. I'm gonna think I care what they think, especially when it comes to my live, right? That's a weird statement. That's a weird statement. So, but we all understand the reason why he came up. It wasn't to debate because he didn't want to debate because, like, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but MAGA is actually kind of tired of me dog walking them, which, to be honest, I don't blame. I don't blame them. Like, I would be tired of getting embarrassed every day as well. So, yeah. Anywho, back to what we were talking about before all of that other stuff. So Donald Trump was talking about 6G, right? Donald Trump was literally saying that 6G, he was thinking that 6G is used for X-rays. That's what he said. All right. But that's not the most embarrassing thing that he said recently. So I don't know if you guys heard about this, but Donald Trump, this happened like maybe about a week ago. But Donald Trump was actually talking and he was bragging on the B-2 bombers that the United States has. And this is what he said while, quote unquote, bragging on the B-2 bombers.
And if these gorgeous B-2 bombers, give me that bomber, Andrew. Let me just hug that little sucker. Give me that bomber over there. Thank you. You knew immediately which one. This looks small, but in person it's very big. It's the only plane capable of carrying a 200,000-pound bomb. So I don't know how they do it because it's very sleek and nice, but it carries a lot of weapons and there's a lot of bombs. But had I not sent this incredible machine times numerous others to hit Iran at midnight with no moon, dead dark, every single bomb was dropped right down the chute that it was supposed to hit. How they do it, who knows? Nobody else can figure. No other country can do it. No other country has our military or even close. And I think we've probably proven that with Venezuela and now with because we have done a number around.
So that was Donald Trump, one, being super weird and inappropriate. Like, I want to hug the bomber. I don't know. Why is it that everything that Donald Trump says and does gives rapist vibes? Like every single thing is like inappropriately, like it comes off inappropriate, right? But he touted the B-2 bombers, right? And he touted the fact that no other military has what we have. No other military has the capabilities that we have. No other military has the ability to do the things that we do. And 2 weeks ago, while I would have said, you know what, he is absolutely insane, but he's right. That's what I would have said 2 weeks ago. But today, if you haven't heard, if you guys don't know what happened, Iran was able to take down one of our most devastating piece of military equipment. Did everyone get a chance to see the story that Iran actually was able to strike a F-35 jet? Iran was able to bring down an F-35 jet. F-35 jet is the supersonic fighter jet that's designed to avoid detection by radar and other technologies. That is the most advanced technology that the United States military has. It has speeds that are unmatchable. It has technology that is super advanced. And Iran was able to actually bring down one of those fighter jets, in which this is crazy. This is crazy because this fighter jet, the F-35, the F-35 was a jet that was considered to be unfuckwittable. So let me cover this from Al Jazeera talking about the F-35. What's an F-35 and what's so special about it? The F-35 refers to the family of stealth strike fighters manufactured by the United States Aerospace Company, Lockheed Martin. It official website bills the F-35 Lightning II to give the plane its full name as the most advanced fighter jet in the world, which is true. Much of the plane's reputation for air superiority comes from a combination of stealth technology and advanced sensory and high-speed computing. The jet is engineered to be less detectable and able to gather more information on the surroundings than earlier generations of fighter jets, feeding data from a 360-degree camera suite to other sensory directly to the pilot. The key thing with the F-35 is the radar suite. John Phillips, a British safety, security, and risk advisor, a former military chief instructor of Al Jazeera, told Al Jazeera, radar suites are a combination of hardware and software that are able to detect and analyze specific threats and facilitate a response to such threats. There isn't a standard radar suite. They vary by nations, Phillips explains. Rumors are that certain countries are only able given certain radars by the manufacturers. This is believed to be a counter attempt at foreign adversaries like China and Russia to reverse engineer the technology. Several countries have partnered with the U.S. In manufacturing F-35, including Australia, Canada, Italy, Denmark, Netherlands, Norway, and the U.K. They either manufacture certain components of the fighter jet, or they have the facilities at which they assemble it for their own government's use. Among the 20 countries they've also bought these jets include Japan, South Korea, the UK, Italy, Australia, and Israel. There are 3 types of Lightning II F-35s, and all have weapons mounted internally into their sleek design. The F-35A, F-35B, F-35C. I'm not going to go through all of that with the difference of it. So this part is super interesting, right? This part talks about why it's so significant that Iran was able to take that down. I don't know if this person's going to load. Bearded, whatever. If you are bearded Rams, if you are still here and you are trying to come up to debate, come back. Someone put in the comments that, yeah, the reason why the F-35 is considered to be so devastating is because of the technology, the way that it was able to be shot down is because Iran. This is the interesting thing about Iran. I'm going to say this because Iran has shown that they not only are able to engage in military conflicts, but they're able to subvert, and they have actual military minds that are in tune to the weaknesses that other countries have. I'll say this. When Israel first bombed Iran and Iran started shooting missiles towards Tel Aviv, the Iron Dome, which is supposed to be like this whole big, shebang or whatever, it's supposed to be the pride of Israel, the Iron Dome. So much so that Donald Trump said that the United States needs a golden dome, right? That was his premise. The Iron Dome is so successful that the United States of America needs to replicate it, and we need to have a golden dome. And Israel was able to penetrate the Iron Dome. I'm sorry, Iran was able to penetrate Israel's Iron Dome. Iran was able to penetrate Israel's Iron Dome. And the way that they did that was through the patterns of the missiles that they shot. They started shooting missiles that were slated to actually be destroyed, right? They had an actual pattern that they shot the missiles. And so the Iron Dome was able to keep up with the actual missiles that were being launched. And so boom, 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 boom. And in the middle of them shooting those missiles towards Tel Aviv and the Iron Dome being able to actually keep up, they switched up the pattern. They switched up the pattern. They switched up the cadence of the missiles, and they started shooting supersonic missiles that were faster than the previous barrage of missiles. So while the Iron Dome was in tune of covering these first round of missiles, Iran in the middle of it switched the missiles and sent a second wave that was faster, that penetrated the Iron Dome and started laying waste to Tel Aviv. The military military mindset that you have to not only be able to understand like how to do that, but also when to do that is mind-blowing. Because any other time, if they would have done it too early, then Israel would have been able to adjust and it wouldn't have worked. If they would have done it too late, then their plan would have failed altogether. But the way that Iran took down this F-35, the pinnacle of fighter jets, something that is the pride of the United States of America, the way they was able to take this down wasn't relying on modern technology, right? Because the F-35 is a stealth fighter jet. It has the ability to basically disappear. It's a ghost, right? And so that's what makes it so hard for modern technology to be able to take those type of fighter jets down. It's so fast. It has 360 sensories. By the time that it even enters the area, they're able to get out of there and they're able to stay in a stealth mode. So the actual missiles and technology can't keep up. What Iran did was said, fuck your technology, and shot missiles that instead of tracking the technology, track the heat signature. While the F-35 is a stealth fighter jet, the pinnacle of United States technology, it is still a fighter jet that emits a heat signature. And Iran used missiles specifically to bypass the actual sensory technology, where other missiles would be looking for the technology. And the F-35 has scrambling technology, like it can throw the sensors off and all this other stuff. They specifically use missiles that would disregard the other things that would give the F-35 advantage, and locked in on the heat signature of the jet and brought the jet down. This is why having Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth, two absolute morons at the helms, is so dangerous. They have no understanding of what's really happening. Donald Trump is a deteriorating old idiot, and Pete Hegseth is a TV personality. And these are the people that are leading the United States into war. These are the people that are guiding our military. They're idiots. Now, let's not forget that it's not just about the military, because we also have hateful idiots on the home front. Let's not forget about the ghoul, Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller is someone who is more dangerous than anyone else within the Trump administration to me. Stephen Miller is the most dangerous person within the Trump administration. Because while Stephen Miller may be a Nazi, he may look like Lord Voldemort, he may make your flesh crawl every time he opens his mouth, Stephen Miller is not an idiot. He's actually a silver-tongued devil. Stephen Miller is an eloquent liar. And when Stephen Miller tells lies, he weaves in the truth, and he also weaves in fear. This is Stephen Miller talking about the quote-unquote fraud that the Trump administration is going after.
But what we found since President Trump came into office is that the Democrats have set up a system to funnel hundreds of billions and ultimately trillions of dollars to migrants that are in our country, oftentimes from places like Somalia. So as an example, ICE recently asked a group of illegal immigrants that were in detention whether or not they were receiving Medicaid. Half of them raised their hands and volunteered that they were on Medicaid, just volunteered that. These are the ones who are hiding it, right? They also asked illegal aliens how they paid their medical bills, and they said that if they don't have Medicaid, they go to hospitals, they get free care there, and they bill it to the taxpayers. So they aren't paying for any of their own health care in this country. This is one example. And we've seen this over and over and over again. So under President Trump's leadership, and then of course with JD and the head of the FTC, Andrew Ferguson, we are going to see the first ever effort in American history to reclaim the ultimately trillions of dollars that were stolen from taxpayers.
Hold that thought, chat. Hi, Mac. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Both are true.
Okay. All right. Chat, hold that thought. We'll get back to it. Matt, which point do you, Mac, not Matt, sorry. Mac, which point do you disagree with the most on the background where you'd like to start?
I would say the most absurd claim that you're making on your background there is that we should remove all white men from power. Seems like an inherently racist statement to make. To say that all people of one skin color should be removed.
Okay. I didn't say all people of one quote unquote skin color should be removed, and also
the statement kind of implies that.
The statement says
remove white men from power.
Yes.
So what do you want to further clarify what you mean by that?
Not yet. I mean, I could, but like I want to clarify a couple of things. One, race isn't about skin color. And also, two, it only says men. So
okay, so do you want to clarify what you mean by white men then?
Yeah,
what do you mean by white?
I mean white men.
Okay, so it's not a race though?
No. I said race isn't based on skin color.
Okay, then that's where the confusion is coming into play here. Whenever you say remove white men from power, what do you mean by that?
I mean remove white men from power.
All white men?
Yep.
Okay, so under your worldview, who would be in power? No white men, all of what race would you consider to be necessary to run a country?
Oh, I don't care. Anyone except white men.
Okay, so for example, I know you're really good friends with Dean and Parker. If one of them were to become president, would you want to then remove them from power?
Well, they're not in power currently, and I'm talking about currently, but if they were in power currently, then yes.
So white people that you're friends with, that you go on lives with, that you agree with on a daily basis, if, for example, Dean became president, you would say he needs to be removed from office, but just because he's white.
No, I think you're a little confused because, again, you're talking in the future tense, right? Dean can't be president today. I'm talking about today. I'm talking about currently because of where we are, because of this current conflict and war. So I'm talking about the white men that are in power currently. Now, if Dean were in power today, then yes, I would be talking about him as well.
Okay, so let's say someone like similarly adjacent to Dean, or maybe like a Gavin Newsom was in power.
So question, do you think, wait, hold on. Let me, maybe this will help you like wrap your mind around this. Do you think that I care about favoritism?
It seems as if you do by making the statement that we should remove white men from power. It just seems like an inherently racist statement to make, to remove someone from political power or a political office based on their skin color.
Yeah. Again, you keep saying the things that I've already told you, like, that's not what I'm saying. Again, race is not based on skin color. I think that's what you're struggling with as well. You don't know what race is, but I digress. The point that I'm trying to make is I don't care if it's someone that I'm friends with. I don't care if it's a Democrat. I don't care if it's someone who has done something beneficial for the country at any point in time. If they are a white man that's currently in power, then yes, remove them from power. All white men, no exceptions, full stop.
Okay, do you see how some people could interpret that as racist, that you're singling out white people?
Oh, I'm not singling out white people. I'm singling out white men.
Yeah, you're telling me that I'm confused about what race is. So maybe you could further clarify what you mean. Once again, whenever you say white men, or what you think race is and how white
Oh,
people
no. Wait. It's not that what I think race is. Like, I know what race is. I don't think you know. What do you think race is, Bub?
Well, it's a social construct, first and foremost, that we tie to the color of people's skins or their heritage or where they're from.
That. You keep saying tied to the... No, that's not right. Okay, I got you. Don't worry. Race is a social construct. You got that right. Based on phenotypical characteristics that are socially accepted, that was created for the othering of non-white people to create a free and cheap labor force. That's what race is. So it's not something as simple as skin color. It's a multitude of factors that actually create race, because black people can have the same white skin as yourself and still be black. They can have blonde hair and be black. They can have blue eyes and be black. It's the combination of socially acceptable phenotypical characteristics that makes up race.
Okay, and whenever you say phenotypical traits, give me an example.
I just gave you example. I mean,
blue eyes,
eye colors,
brown
the
hair,
shape of the nose, mouth, like structures, like features, structures, things along those lines.
Okay, so what you're essentially saying is there's only two races that exist, white and non-white.
No. Who said that? Why do you keep saying I essentially, like, I say things very directly and plain. Listen, I'm not the sharpest spoon in the drawer. And so when I talk really plain. I'm not someone that's going to like beat around the bush. So no, there are five racial categories that are currently used. So I'm not saying that there are only two.
That's interesting. You say there's only 5 racial categories. So I kind of want to hear what they are.
Go look them up. They're literally on the census.
Well, you made the claim. I just want to...
I'm not making a claim. I'm telling you what they're categorized as. That's not a claim.
It is absolutely a claim. And I think it's very fair for me to ask that follow-up question. You say there's 5. What are they?
That's not a claim, Bub. That's the categorization that's currently used within the United... It's literally on the census. It's literally on the census. That's not a claim. A claim would be... Wait, hold on. I got you. Wait 1 second. A claim would be that
only 5
white men have fucked everything up, right? And then you would say, okay, can you substantiate that claim? Me telling you that there are 5 races that are categorized, which is accepted within the United States, that's not a claim. That's an actual fact.
Okay, but there's obviously more than 5. I could name more than 5 right now.
Name more than 5 races.
So we got black and white. Are those 2 races? You would agree with that?
Yeah.
Hispanic.
That's not a race.
Really?
No. Hispanic is not a race. You don't know the difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality.
Okay. Mexican, is that
that's not a race? You don't know the difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality. Those are 3 different things.
South America is of what race?
It depends on their phenotypical characteristics.
We'll just say someone from Mexico. They have brown skin. What race?
It depends on their phenotypical characteristics. Again, you don't know the difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality. Those are 3 different things. Wait 1 second, Mac. Mac, wait 1 second. Just stop. People from Mexico can be black. People from Mexico can be white. People from Mexico can be indigenous. It depends on their phenotype. Stop. They are all Hispanic. No matter if they're black, white, or indigenous, they're still Hispanic because that's their nationality. You don't know the difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality. And I keep saying that, but you keep speaking like you know the difference.
Wow. So like whenever people, apply for jobs and they ask them what their race and nationality are and they put Hispanic, you're like, no, that's not a race.
Hispanic is their ethnicity.
Okay, so I can go on with the list. I guess. Asian, Pacific
Islander. No, you don't need to keep going on because you're already wrong. I keep telling. What do you hear when I say you don't know the difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality? What's registering to you when I say that?
Well, I just consider these terms to be very synonymous, and
they
can be tied together.
That's the problem.
They are deeply intertwined with each other.
Yes, but they're not synonymous. They're separate categorizations. And if you don't understand the separation between the categorizations, then you could easily say something like Mexican is a race when it's not.
Okay,
Again,
so again,
if you
you
want
say
to
there's
look
five.
at, if you want to verify the races, if you want to verify the races, then go look at the United States Census. They literally have the actual categories listed. You named a couple of them, but
yeah, do we find common ground that black and white are both races?
Sure, black people and white people, yes, they're races.
Okay, so if someone is both, like that, you have a black father and a white mother, then what are you?
They're biracial, and it depends on their phenotypical characteristics. How do you present to the world? Do you present as a white man or do you present as a black man? I'll give you two examples. Do you know who Logic is?
The rapper?
Yes.
Yes, I know who Logic is.
Would you say he's white?
I haven't seen a picture of him in a while. I would.
Don't worry
say
about it.
that
I got you. Don't worry about it. I'll put it.
Screen for me.
Yep, I got you. Okay. Sorry, give me 1 second.
No,
let
you're
me
good.
save this here. Save this, and we're gonna save it as a JPEG. All right. Okay. All right, let me get it up on YouTube, Twitch, and Instagram first, and then we'll put it over here on TikTok. Okay. All right. All right.
Yeah, that's a biracial man. Yeah.
Would you say that he is white or black?
I would probably say that he's white.
Okay. That's because he presents as being white, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. But you were, intelligent enough to identify that he is someone that is biracial, and you're absolutely right. And again, when you said that, like, oh, does it depend? Well, what would they be? Like that's a great example. Now, I want you to tell me if you know who this person is. So 1 second here. Okay, got it up over there. And let's see here. You know who that is?
I do not know who that is. Who is it?
It's Lenny Kravitz.
Okay.
What would you say
that appears
he
that
is?
That appears to be, according to phenotypical traits, that appears to be a black man.
Okay, but he's biracial as well. So both he and Logic share the same premise as far as parents that are either black or white, and they're biracial, but clearly both of them look different because of their phenotypical characteristics, and so they present to the world differently. So even though both of them are biracial, one would be classified as a black man while one would be classified as a white man.
See, that's where I would just disagree with you. I just think they are both biracial people.
We're not saying that they're not biracial, but we're saying with the categories of race, which the 5 categories of race, the biracial as of right now is not a category of race. Now, what I will tell you is that there has been conversations around changing the census document and updating the race. And since biracial people are the largest growing demographic within the United States, there's been conversations around adding biracial as a category. But as of right now, that is not one of the actual categories of race.
That's actually good. That was going to be my follow-up question: is if you consider biracial a race, you personally?
Not as well. I mean, I'm not talking about me personally. I'm talking about the actual categories of race.
Okay, so going back to your claim on the screen, remove white men from power. If someone like Logic or similarly adjacent that was biracial but presented as a white man, would you still say that that man should be removed from power? Okay, that's interesting. Can you support that claim?
He has white privilege.
Okay, and when you say he has white privilege, what exactly do you mean by what can someone that presents as white get
That's
in
a
this
lazy
society that
question.
someone that presents as
That's
black?
a lazy question. Like, what can
It's
you do that I can't do? Is
argue
such a
against
lazy
it. Don't just call it a lazy question. I'm genuinely asking you what can Logic do that I can't remember the name of the person that you showed
Lenny
second on the
Kravitz.
screen. Lenny Kravitz. What can Logic do that Lenny Kravitz can't do?
Well, both Logic and Lenny Kravitz can do a lot that normal people can't do because they're also wealthy. But when you talk about the basis of premise, as far as what can a white person do that a black person can't do, multiple things. They can drive without worrying about being harassed or dying. They can sleep in their home without being worried about harassed or dying. They can walk into a bank and be confident that they're going to get a loan or rejected on a loan based off of just their merit and not the phenotypical characteristics, all of those types of things. And yes, I can
banks
back up
typically
every,
look at credit
yes, I
score.
can, yes, I can back up every single thing that I just said.
Yeah, I would just say to that last point that banks
And you would
typically
be
look
wrong.
at it from
I
a
already
blind
know what you're
resume.
saying. They don't.
They do absolutely look at credit
What's
scores when it
gerrymandering?
comes to
I'm sorry,
getting
not
loans.
gerrymandering. What's redlining?
That would be an inherently racist policy towards keeping someone from getting a loan off of inherent characteristics such as race.
When do you think the last time there was a major national bank that was successfully sued for redlining?
I wouldn't necessarily say that it wouldn't be recently. I'm not saying that racism is dead, but as far as generally speaking, a black person in America can find a bank that will give them a loan if they have a great credit score. When do you think
the last time a major national bank was successfully sued for redlining?
I would probably agree with you that it was recent. I couldn't tell you the exact time.
2024, 2025, banks like Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Navy Federal Credit Union were successfully sued for redlining. The premise that you can walk into any bank, sure, but the national banks, there's also mid-sized banks and small banks, all FDIC accredited banks that have been recently successfully sued for engaging in redlining. And so, yes, while there is an opportunity for black people to go in and get home loans, looking at the practicing of redlining and the practicing of loan, there was a study completed that showed that while black people and white people have the same credit score, down payments, all this other stuff, with black people that are given loans, the interest rates tend to be higher and more predatory than the interest rates that are given for the white people with the exact same qualifications.
Sure. And I mean, this is obviously coming from, anecdotal experience. Myself, I have also been turned away on loans as a white man. I've also, whenever I was 18 years old.
You may have been turned away on loans, but you've never been turned away on loans for being a white man.
And once again, it's a little disingenuous to say that because you're implying that a black man that gets turned away at one bank can't go to another bank and still get that same home loan. And when it comes to interest rates, like you just mentioned, I have also been a victim of a high interest rate on a car loan, for example. I had a 21% APR on a car loan that I got whenever I was 18 because I was really young and I didn't have a credit score that had been established yet. So saying
yes, I'm not saying that you have not been a victim of predatory lending. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that you have never been a victim of predatory lending based on your race. That is the difference between Black people and white people, and that's what white privilege is. White privilege is the ability to move through society without the additional roadblocks that are put in place for non-white people, i.e., where you may have gotten turned away based off of your credentials. Non-white people, Black people specifically, and again, there's research, data, and studies, this isn't anecdotal, that shows Black people are turned away based on their race. They're given higher interest rates based on their race. They are, there was a study completed that showed that Black men and white men that committed the same crime and had the same criminal history, Black men received longer sentencings than white men for the same crime, and when they have the same criminal history. So again, these Black people are being sentenced based off of their race harsher than white people, and that's white privilege. White privilege is not saying that, oh, you're doing something and so you're a bad person. It's literally just saying, since you are a part of this race, you don't receive those additional negative impacts that other people receive.
Okay, and just to respond to all that very quickly before I have to go, if you're saying that America is inherently a racist country because of redlining, et cetera, wouldn't you say that it's counterintuitive to make the claim that we should remove all white men from power? Because what you're saying is we should reverse racism and we should give it the other way around, instead of just advocating for equal opportunity for everybody, instead of looking at the color of someone's skins or the phenotypical traits that you're speaking
Thank
of.
you for correcting that. But no, that's not how racism works, right? Like, and if you're saying that you have to go, then there's no way in hell you're going to be able to get this. But like, not only do you didn't know what race was, you don't know what racism is. Like, that's the part.
Well, the counter that I'm saying to all this is that I believe that we are all children of God. I believe that we are all equal. And I think that it's a little counterintuitive to advocate to remove all white men from power, when instead what we should be advocating for is equal opportunity for every single individual that lives on earth. We are all equal. There's no reason why I'm better than you or you are better than I based off phenotypical characteristics that we inherited at birth.
How long has the United States been a country?
Since 1492, and then 1776 is whenever we established. So
approximately how many years have we been a country? About 250 years.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, perfect. Over the 250-year history of our country, what percentage would you guess of our governing body, House, Senate, presidency, what percentage over 250 years would you guess has been held by white men?
I don't even have to guess. I think we can both agree it's probably around 99.99%.
Oh, a little bit less, 90%. 90%.
Okay.
Throughout the 250-year history of our country, 90% of all power has been held by white men. When the Constitution was written, who was the Constitution written for?
Well, for its citizens, which at the time were going to be predominantly white people.
No.
Well, okay, yeah. To answer your question, it was meant for all American citizens.
No. When the Constitution was written, it was written
for its citizens.
No. When the Constitution was written, it was written for specifically white men that owned land. Everyone else past that point had to be given rights.
Where in the Constitution does it say for white men? I don't think it implies race anywhere in the Constitution. I mean, if you can show me somewhere in the Constitution where it says
question for you, when the Constitution was written,
the terminology white men was put into the Constitution.
When the Constitution was written, who had the ability? I'm sorry, when the Constitution was first written, did women have the ability to vote?
Did women?
Yes.
No.
When the Constitution was written, were black people considered people?
Did black people I don't know if black people actually were in America at the time of the Constitution being written. Because the slave trade didn't happen until
You are super ill-equipped for this conversation.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't know the slave
Wait,
trade
you're saying
happened
black
after
people were
1776.
No, the fuck it didn't. Do you not know what the chattel slavery is?
I'm talking about the slave trade specifically. Whenever black people immigrated
That
into America,
happened
was after
prior to the establishment of the United States of America. The chattel slavery started prior to America being a country. Chattel slavery is older than the United States of America. There were black people that were enslaved in the Americas before it was the United States of America.
Okay, I'll have to do some more research into
Yes,
that. I was under
you
the
have.
impression
And
that the slave
also,
trade-
just an FYI, this is why I said you don't understand what racism is as well. Do you know who created race?
well, again, it's a social construct. The term race is, I'm sure.
Sure, but do you know who created race?
Hundreds of, maybe thousands of years ago, the concept of race existed. Based off
No,
phenotypical
it
characteristics.
was not. Do you know who created race? Yes or no?
I don't know who specifically created race, or if it was
Okay, so
one
no,
person
you
or
don't
a
know
group
who
of
created
people.
race. Fine, I got you. Don't worry, I'll tell you. It was a white Portuguese man by the name of Gomez de Zurara. Gomez de Zurara was he worked with Prince Henry. He was a chronicler for Prince Henry the Navigator. And he actually created the construct of race in order to justify chattel slavery. What he actually did was went to the Catholic Church and said, we have come across these black people that are less than, they are of the Southern Hemisphere, they're hypersexual, they're animalistic, and they need to be civilized. And through that, there were 2 Papa Bulls that were written and published by the Catholic Church, giving verification and authorization to engage in chattel slavery because they were a different, quote unquote, race. And that's where race was created. And it was created for the purpose of chattel slavery. Again, when I talk about the actual phenotypical characteristics, when I say that it's a social construct, but I mentioned the part that it was created for a free and cheap labor class, that's why. Because Gomez de Zurara created this so they could use chattel slavery to have free and cheap labor from black people. W's in the chat for Philip. So when I tell you, you don't know what racism is, it's not because I'm saying like, oh, you just don't know what that. I'm saying because you don't understand why it was created, the history, and then how it persists today. So even more so when you said that that's racist towards white men, it can't be racist towards white men because that's not how racism works. That's not how the actual structure and system of racism was established and functioned to work.
Well, then I think then you would agree then with the statement that I made prior that we should remove the statements such as remove white men from power. We should remove the term race completely from society, and we should all look at each other as equal people. So
Yes,
saying that
I completely agree. I completely agree. We should abolish race, but along with abolishing race, I'm sorry, not abolishing race. Sorry, you need to abolish white supremacy. That's the point, right? White supremacy is used. White supremacy is used to uphold whiteness, which continues to actually place white people at the top of the patriarchal system, specifically white men at the top, right? And then all others of the intersex fall below. But white men sit at the top of the patriarchal system, and they weaponize violence in order to uphold the patriarchal system. So we need to abolish white supremacy.
Sure, I agree. I that's where we agree. We find middle ground that we should remove white supremacy or any kind of racial supremacy in society. And I think that once again, it's counterintuitive to make the statement.
What do you mean racial supremacy? There's no other racial supremacy.
Well, I'm just saying if there were to be one that exists, there should be no other racial supremacy to ever exist in the future. You agree? You're not trying to say that black people should now, hold superiority over white people now. We should just all be equal. So, and we would not be equal if we were to make the statement we should remove all white men from power. We should just remove white supremacy and then say we are all
sitting
equals.
here. You're sitting here talking about like hypotheticals and possibilities and all this other stuff. I'm talking about what we actually live in and function in. So like, sure. If you want, I'll give you that W. No supremacy future and you know, whatever far distant land, no other supremacy. But like, I don't really care about talking about the hypotheticals of a future. I'm talking about what we have today.
Sure, and I agree with that. So I would just implore you to change the statement from the prompt, remove white men from power, and say remove white supremacy from power.
No, remove white men. Literally, every single white man. No, because white men. Because white men like me that agrees with you. Remove you too, Bubba. You think you're special? You're not special.
No,
you're not special. Listen,
we should remove white men that practice white supremacy. We should not remove white men in general.
It's not based on the fact of you being good nor bad. It's not based off of
off your merit, not your phenotypical characteristics. I thought we just agreed upon that. We should not have any kind of supremacy over race.
Mac, so if you sit here and say, oh, what about white men like me that agree with you, right? Mac, I just had to school you on white privilege.
Well, you gave me some very
trivial
information
stop
about
and listen.
Where race,
Mac,
from, but
holy fuck, that's white privilege right there. You're still speaking over the host. Stop.
You can speak over me. That doesn't mean anything about our race.
Stop. The point that I'm making is even while you consider yourself to be one of the good ones, right? You don't have the actual knowledge or history or understanding. You don't know what white privilege is. You didn't know what race is. You don't know what racism is. You are someone that benefits from these things. And until you are willing to acknowledge your privilege and give said privilege up, you cannot be someone that holds power. It's not personal to you. It's specifically based off of the entire structure. That's why when I talk about the patriarchal system, I don't just talk about demolishing the patriarchal system because of the white men that sit on top. I talk about the privilege that men have as a whole. I acknowledge the privilege that I have as far as being a man, and I understand how that negatively impacts people that are not men. And you don't understand that point.
Okay, so I want to respond to something directly you said. You said that once I give up my white privilege, then I can be in power. Then a white man can be in power if they give up their privilege first. And that's where we agree.
I didn't say, no, I didn't.
No, I didn't.
Stop saying, no, Mac. Stop saying I essentially said shit. I didn't essentially say shit. I said what I said. I said you cannot be in power.
You could listen to that part again.
I said you cannot be in power as a white man because you don't acknowledge your privilege, nor have you given up your white privilege. That is not me saying that. That is 1 second. That is not me saying that, Mac, if you do this today, then you can stay in power. I still hold to my premise that we need to remove all white men from power because of the prompt that's on the background. Now, talking future, if there were a future where all white men have given up all of their privilege, sure, we can revisit it. But I'm not talking about you giving it up today.
Exactly?
I don't give a fuck about talking about the future as far as giving up the white privilege and how that actually works. That's not the point. The point is today, get them out of power because of that. But my point is, like, Mac, you don't know the things that you're sitting here trying to talk about, but for some reason you think that you like, I'm one of the good ones that should continue to have power. Howdy, partner. Like, again,
well, I don't have power, but...
Mac, if you sat here and said, well, what about Parker? What about Dean? And those are two of my best friends. Those are my little brothers. And I'm sitting there saying, yes, Parker and Dean too. Why do you think I would make an exception for Mac? If I'm not making an exception for Parker or Dean or any other good white man that you can name, why would I make an exception for you?
Listen, I think that is just an inherently racist statement in general to make that we should
not
remove all
because
white men
you
from
don't
power.
know how race works.
It's also not practical. It's also not practical, right? Because there's so many white people that are in power in our government. If we were just to remove all of them today, then we would essentially have no government. It's just an absurd statement to make. Remove white men from power today. Who are you going to replace them with? It'd be
anyone that's not a white man, Mac. anyone that's not a white man. I don't care.
Okay, but
I don't care. Any person that's not a white man, put him in power. Listen, Mac, I need you to lock the fuck in on this. I need you to lock the fuck in on this.
I got one question. Let me ask you one question.
Because you keep trying to go to other stuff and you don't even have what's in front of you. You keep saying that it's racist. You have not. You keep saying that it's racist when that's not how racism works. You can't be racist towards white people because that's not how racism was created to work. You can be bigoted towards white people. You can be hateful. You can be a lot of things, but you can't be racist because that's not how racism was created to work.
Would you consider racism and being discriminatory towards somebody to be synonymous?
No.
Okay. Well, here's a follow-up question that I wanted to ask earlier. Could you at least acknowledge how chaotic it would be if we removed all white men from power today in the U.S. government? If we removed all white men from power, how chaotic would that be?
Do you think it would be less chaotic than being at war with another country that has quote unquote potential nuclear capabilities at the same time, collapsing our economy at the same time, actually being on path for an existential crisis? Did you know, Mac, that
you're not
the average, it wouldn't be more chaotic than what we already have. No, that's the direct answer.
Chaotic at all to remove? Well, how many people are white in the
Sure, that's fine. Yes, it would be chaotic, but it wouldn't be more chaotic than what we're already dealing with. Period.
It would absolutely be more chaotic if we removed 95% of our U.S. government officials.
It's not 95%, it's 78%. Actually, it's less than 78%. It's less than 7. Hold on. Sorry. 78% of the current government structure, Congress, House, Senate, presidency is made up of men. I would have to look up the specific of that 78% of men, what would be white men, but it's there. Anyway, Mac, do you know what the average lifespan is for a nation?
Okay, I don't know if that was the end of the question. For a nation, I'm purely guessing here. The average lifespan for a country, a nation, 500 years, more or less.
Less.
Okay, these are trivial facts once again.
No. It's not trivial. I promise you. Once I get you to this point, you'll understand what I'm saying.
200 years.
A little bit more. 250. We just established what year, because we're not there yet, but this year, how old will the US be?
We're around the 250 mark.
Yes. This year, the US will be 250 years old, right?
Okay. Got
so that's the average where nations collapse. Now, who would you say is the dominant superpower in the world today?
Well, the U.S. has the strongest military.
The United States of America, yes. The United States of America is the dominant superpower in the world today, and it has the currency that is the global currency. The U.S. dollar is the global currency that other countries can trade in. It's the center and focal point of currency currently, right?
Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah.
Did you know that the United States of America is doing the exact same things that the last 5 superpowers, 5 who had the centralized currency of the world, the last 5, the exact same things that all 5 of those superpowers did that caused their country to collapse?
Okay, I don't know what 5 things you're specifically referencing.
I'm not saying 5 things. I'm saying the last 5 superpowers were the currency, where their currency was the global currency.
Okay, got it.
They're following the economic, they're following the trade, and they're following the exact same governmental structures and I'm sorry, the not structures, but the implementation as far as the people within government, all of them did literally the exact same thing that caused them to collapse. And now the United States is doing the exact same thing. That's why the value of the dollar is down. That's why the actual wealth gap has increased. That's why the unemployment rate is up. That's why we are currently at war. That's why we are becoming isolationist. All of those things were the things that all the other superpowers did, and it caused their country to collapse. So, Mac, the reason why I brought up the 250-year marker, and the reason why I brought up the fact that the United States of America is doing the exact same thing as the last 5 superpowers is because we are literally at the cliff of falling off as a country if we don't make a massive change. So when you talk about it being chaotic to remove white men from our government, it's either that or our fucking country dies.
Wow. I mean, that's an insane, crazy claim to make. That unless we remove 78% of our elected government officials.
It's not 78%. It's less than 78%. Tell me what I said based off of the other information that I laid out was illogical.
Well, I'll just repeat your claim. You're saying that the United States has consistency with other 5 superpowers.
No, not consistency. They're literally taking the exact same steps, not consistency, the exact same steps that caused the collapse of the previous 5 superpowers.
Sure. And essentially your claim here is that unless we remove all white men from power, we're going to follow suit and just cease to become a nation.
My claim was, you said it would be chaotic. I'm telling you that 1, it's not as chaotic as where we are because we're literally on the precipice of our country collapsing. And 2, at the very least, it would be a complete shift away from the established history of our country, which would give us an opportunity to have a dramatic change and veer away from the edge. I'm not saying that's 100% would work, but what I am saying is the reason why I brought up the fact that 90% of all Congress over the 250-year history of our country has been white men. If you at least take out the people who has shaped the country since its inception and give an opportunity to people who haven't done that to try to do something different, there's at least a chance.
Okay, so let's just say, granted, for the argument that I just agree with you on everything. Now let's talk about practically how this could possibly play out. You say, all right, we must remove white men from power. So, and you say it's not 78%. Let's just say it's 50%. Let's lowball it. We go in and we say 50% of you are now gone. Who do we replace them with?
Anyone else that's not a white man.
Okay, and what would be the predominant race that exists in America?
I don't give a shit. I don't really care about the race. Like, I'm not saying remove white men because I'm worried about white people, the race. I'm saying remove white men because white men are the ones that have gotten us into this shit. That okay, I need you to focus on that. You keep saying what predominant race. I'm not consumed by race. I'm not advocating for black people to take all the power. That's not what I'm doing. I'm telling you, white men specifically have fucked us all. Whether you're Republican or Democrat or independent, it's been white men. That's why I keep saying it's men, white men. That's why you said, oh, an entire race. I'm not talking about white women. I'm only talking about white men.
So we're not removing any white woman.
No.
Okay. Because I mean, you say that white privilege exists only within men.
Yes.
But not women. Interesting, because
women are still.
You gave me of
are women part of a marginalized group?
A marginalized group? It depends on what you mean by marginalized. Because I mean, women obviously make up 50% of the population. As
are women a part of a marginalized group?
Are you saying that women are oppressed? Is that what you're trying to get at here?
Are women a part of a marginalized group?
Again, it would depend on how you are defining the word marginalized, because marginalized would typically mean that they are part of a lower percentage of the population, when in fact they are 50% of the population. So no, they are not marginalized. They are the same population of men.
You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong, because women are in the U.S. population. They're more than 50%, Bub. So that's not what I'm talking about.
They're definitely not marginalized.
I'm not talking about the percentage of women in the country. That's not.
Then again, you'd have to further clarify what you mean by marginalized. Because typically, what I associate the word marginalized with would be populations that are lesser than in comparison to the rest of a nation.
I got you. Don't worry about it.
If you just want to give me some clarification on what you mean by the word marginalized.
Go ahead and read that.
So this is what you mean by marginalized. They're excluded or discriminated against based on their gender.
Are women part of a marginalized group?
In a lot of ways, maybe, but in a lot of ways, no. I mean, they have the same opportunities that we men do.
What's the gender wage gap?
Well, that's the thing. It's based on merit. So if a woman does a good job as a man, there are women in this country
what is Mac, you're being disingenuous as fuck. I didn't say tell me about your personal experience. I said, what is the gender wage gap?
I do not have that statistic on hand.
I'm not saying what is the percentage. I'm saying what is it? What is it? Not what's the number? What is, when I talk about the gender wage gap, what am I talking about?
You're talking about how much money men make more than women in this society, more specifically.
I'm talking about the discrepancy as far as men and women when it comes to pay for the same jobs. The actual gap that's not based off of merit. It's not based off of skill. It's not based off of job title. It is literally based off of the fact that a woman is a woman. What's a pink tax?
Okay, well,
what's a pink tax?
I think that it's just a disingenuous statement to make in general.
What's a pink tax?
Well, hold on. I'm going to respond to everything that you said.
You can respond. It's all connected, Mac. It's all connected. I don't want you to respond. I don't want you to respond to just this one piece, because you're going to try to respond to the second piece and it's connected. What is the pink tax?
I don't know what the pink tax is.
Santana, the pink tax is the additional cost that women have to pay for the same products that men have, or for women products, i.e. razors. Women razors, same brands, same types, cost more than men razors. Women have to pay higher costs for menstrual products like tampons. Those things are quote
unquote. Men don't have to pay for those things.
For razors, for razors, men don't buy razors.
Yeah, so if that was truly the case, then I would just implore women to buy men's razors. They're just razors at the end of the day.
Why would a company make two types of razors that are the same? One is black, one is pink. Both of them have 3 blades. Both of them have gel on it. Both of them have a standard handle. This one's $1. This one's $1.50.
Yeah.
Why would they do that? No. I don't say no. I don't care about what advice you would give women. I'm saying, why would companies do that?
Yeah, I'm going to answer your question. Because women are generally more hygienic than men are. So there's going to be a higher. There's going to be a
fucking
supply and.
Do you know what?
There's supply and
do you know what an ultra crepidarian is?
Buy more razors than men are.
Do you know what an ultra crepidarian is?
An ultra? No, I've never heard that word before in my life. I would
like to know what Dunning-Kruger is.
Some of the things you said, though. What?
Do you know what Dunning-Kruger is?
Dunning-Kruger. That's a company. right? I don't know what Dunning-Kruger is either. You keep on spitting all these trivial facts at me. You're not really giving me a chance to, respond to what you're saying.
It's only trivial facts because you don't understand them. Like literally, that's the only reason you feel like they're trivial facts is because you don't understand the information that you're being given. It's fine. Mac, I'm going to let you actually respond, but you got to give me 2 seconds. Because I'm way behind. Let me say thank you to a couple of people, and then I'm going to give you the floor, and you can respond. Okay? Just 2 minutes.
Before you do that, I do need to jump in the shower. I wanted to say it was really nice to meet you, nice to talk to you. I have a, I kind of want to ask you a question real quick. Are you going to be the guest that I talk to? Are you going to be the guest that I talk to on Jubilee next month? Because I've been trying to figure it out.
Even if I was, I wouldn't be able to tell you that. Like, I think that's one of, like, you do understand that, like, you have to sign an NDA, right?
Yeah. I thought maybe you could tell me on the lowest word.
Yeah, but also you do understand that there's like about combined 2.5 thousand people watching. You do understand what an NDA is, right?
Non-disclosure agreement.
Can you hold off for like 2 more seconds? I'm not even going to read the thank yous yet. I wanted to give Swan a moment, if you don't mind. Just okay. Swan, floor is yours.
You want me to stay on?
Yes, please,
yeah.
Swan.
Can you name a system that exists today that upholds whiteness?
A system that exists that upholds whiteness.
Yeah.
No. Can you?
Yeah. Our healthcare system, banking, education, criminal justice system.
Okay, so are you trying to imply that white men are not subject to the criminal justice system, as if we commit crimes we don't get sentenced for them, we don't get convicted for them? Do Black people not have access to health care? Well, what exactly are you trying to get at here?
Well, when we look at the impact of these particular systems onto people's material conditions, we see that there is a difference, a disparity on the basis of race. So we're not saying that no Black person has access to healthcare, right? What we're saying is, based on information put out by the New England Journal of Medicine, the CDC, and PubMed or NIH, that we see that when it comes to, for example, the maternal and infant mortality rate for Black women versus white women is 3 times higher. That's because of medical racism. When Western medicine was developing, Black people were not considered human beings, right? So we see that there is a level of neglect when we look at the outcomes, right, of people's experiences within our healthcare system.
Yeah, I don't know if you have heard me and Santana's conversation, but seemingly I agree with almost everything that both of you say as far as racism goes. I just think that it's counterintuitive to make the statement that we should remove white men from power, because I would rather make the statement that we should remove white supremacy from power, and that we should look to each other as equals. I am no better than you because of your race. You are no better than me because of your race. I think that we should all just be equals. We should not remove white men from power. We should just remove white supremacy from power.
So no, then what we would be, if we remove white supremacy, then we would be removing white men.
But not all white men are white supremacists.
Well, if there's no more white supremacy, then there would be no white people, period. Because we wouldn't be using.
Then you're making a very
wait, Mac. I'm not done. Mac, I'm not done. Listen to what I'm saying to you. If we remove white supremacy, then there would be no more white people, right? Because hold on, wait, don't cut me off. Just listen.
Sorry, I heard a pause. I thought you were done talking. Go ahead.
I'll let you know when you can talk. There would be no more white people because the concept of whiteness would be gone. So we would go by other labels. So again, there wouldn't be any white men or white people, period, if we remove white supremacy.
Okay. And then I could just make the reverse statement on your side. It sounds like you would then be okay with Black supremacy, like because someone is.
Let me give you an example of what I mean. Before the 1400s, Irish people were Irish, right? Before the 1400s, English people were English. Before the 1400s, Black people on the continent of Africa were African, right? And they would go by their tribal name, whether it be Igbo, Yoruba, Fulani, right? So what I'm explaining to you is that before the concept of whiteness was created and existed, right? People did not label themselves by racial categories because there was no racial hierarchy that existed. So what I am saying is, If we get rid of the construct of whiteness, then there would be no reason for a category of white to exist.
Okay,
People
so
would go, hold on, people would go by other labels, right? So if we get rid of whiteness, then a person may consider themselves Irish, right? Or maybe they would consider themselves Australian, something along those lines. That's what I'm explaining to you.
okay, so then perhaps you would agree with the statement that we should remove whiteness, like you just said. We should also remove blackness, and we can all just be Americans. So therefore, we don't need to remove white men from power. We need to just keep Americans in power. People that
Well, no, I think the problem here, though, Mac, is that you don't understand how whiteness works and how violent white men have been, right?
I do understand
to preserve
that.
it. Hold on, to preserve it, right? Y'all need a little practice. Y'all have not obtained the ability to see the humanity in other people yet. So yeah, it's gonna have to be another group of people that's gonna hold it down for a little bit.
Well, it's, and
Until y'all
that's just where I just think that we should remove this construct of race around human beings. You and I are equal. There's no reason to say that because of someone's inherent phenotypical characteristics that they should not have the opportunity to be in power in a government elected position just because of their skin color.
If that's
It's not skin
you and I should
color.
have the equal
Stop
opportunity.
saying skin color. I've said this like 50 times. Stop saying skin color.
Phenotypical characteristics that are inherent. How about that? It's a really long way to say skin color, but yeah, phenotypical characteristics that are inherent. Because of those phenotypical characteristics that are inherent, no one should be considered or not be considered for a government elected office.
Mac, do you know what racialization is?
Racialization. Go for it. Explain it to me.
I'm asking you a yes or no.
I've got about 3 minutes because my phone's at 3%. I got to get it on the charge and I got to get in the shower. I've been trying to get out of here for like 30
The reason why you're not comprehending what the solution would be is because you don't understand how racism works and functions in society.
Okay, so I'm going to give a
if
definition
we
of
were-
racism.
hold on,
Maybe
hold
we'll see if we
on,
can agree
wait.
upon it.
Mac, can you stop cutting me off while I'm in the middle of speaking? The problem here is that you don't understand how racism functions. You reading the definition to me, it's not going to debunk or disprove all of the knowledge I have from researching how racism functions in society. My understanding goes far deeper than a definition in a dictionary, right? It's based on a sociological theory called structural functionalism, where you have systems that were created to uphold whiteness, and those systems afford all white people privilege and control of resources through the exploitation and dehumanization of non-white people.
Okay, gotcha. I agree with everything that you're saying. I think that's the disconnect here, is that I do agree that we need to get rid of whiteness and supremacy and the social construct around race in general. Instead of saying that white men should be removed from power, we should say that white supremacy should be removed from power and that the
You keep
president
saying
should be
that
set.
shit, and I've already said no. Like, you keep saying that, and I've already said no. Oh, I didn't do it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
You know what it was? Dr. Francis Cress Welsing talks about a particular fear that privileged people have when they have to consider and contend with equity.
They are terrified of equity. Terrified of equity, Swan. Swan, thank you for coming up. I appreciate you.
Of course, I'll be in the chat.
All right, have a good one. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Why would we end the war? We're winning the war. We're dominating. Why would we end? We have money to make.
So you disagree with the background then?
Yeah.
Okay. That was a yes or no question. I just wanted to make sure. But that's cool. I'll talk to you. Hey, but your username has like a bunch of numbers, and it's going to be hard for me to say that. What can I call you?
American citizen.
Can I call you Thomas? Like at the
American
Thomas Jefferson?
citizen.
I'm gonna call
Can
you
I call
TJ
you fuck
for short.
nigger?
Sure, you can, but that doesn't hurt
All
my
right,
feelings
fuck
because I'm
nigger.
not a snowflakes. Listen, I know you're trying to slur because STR, you're trying to crash out. Listen, Yes, nigger, nigger, nigger. Ooh, so scary, so scary. No one's scared of your fragile white. Like literally, you guys are so fucking mediocre. You're so mediocre. Hey, you can say nigger all you want. Turn on your camera. I just sent you a request. I will let you stay up here and you can say nigger. Turn on your camera. Stop being a fucking snowflake. You coward. Right, nope. You don't get to speak until you turn on your camera. You fucking weakling. Now turn on your camera. Shut up. Turn on your camera. Exactly. You're a fucking coward.
Nigger.
No one's scared. Yes, nigger. No one's scared. You think that does anything? You think that listen, your ancestors would be embarrassed of you. They would be embarrassed of you because your racism is so fucking weak. You're such a coward that all you can do is hide on the internet behind a fake profile picture and a fake name while at the same time using the same slurs that they actually use. You have no power. You're weak. And guess what? No one wants you. Not even white women. That's why the white birth rate is dropping, because you incel clowns don't get any buns. White women are tired of you white men being so weak. You're a coward. Prove me wrong. Turn on your camera. Turn on your camera, you coward. Exactly, fuck nigger. No one, you keep saying that, but nothing's happening. Did you notice that? Did you notice how many times I've said it?
You mad?
Yeah, I hear you. No one is running. You didn't, no, you're mad. You're mad. You know why? You're mad? You're mad because you're being replaced. Ooh, white men are being replaced. White men are being replaced. Hey, you're gonna be a minority.
Snowflake alert.
You're gonna be a minority. The white country is no more. America is no longer a white country. It doesn't belong to white people anymore. Guess what? The blacks and the Jews are taking the country. And the white men, you guys are the minority.
Back to Africa.
Yeah, I hear you. You're weak. You're too much of a coward to actually turn on your camera. And yeah, I know. Just fuck off. Like it's mind-blowing that they think that like their weak ass racism. I know. Their weak racism is anything to actually be worried about. Hi, Austin. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
No, sorry. I just wanted to come up and just say I support you, and just as a white man, I just want to say I'm sorry for that fucking idiot, man.
No worries. I appreciate you guys. Please only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. I'm looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Sunlight, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay, I'm gonna take that as a no. Let's go ahead and drop him down. A couple of quick thank yous. I've been trying to get these off for a while. W's in the chat for Tori, who sent a $20 super chat to say, sir, check your privilege and sit down, listen and learn and change. As much as you want to see yourself as one of the good ones, you're still participating in the problem, not acknowledging the Black experience. Like, yeah. And W's in the chat for Leap Leonard, who sent a $2 super chat to say, the guest is making me bang my head against the wall. It was so bad. W's in the chat for those donos. W's in the chat for Garrett for the $5 donor. Say perfect example that he knew the white presenting rapper, but not the Black presenting singer. Exactly. It's wild that he knew who Logic was, but not Lenny Kravitz. W's in chat for Nancy for the $5 donation, saying perfect example of redlining. Brock Turner got an example. Oh, that's not redlining, but yeah, white privilege. Brock Turner got a lower punishment, raping a girl unconscious behind a dumpster. Imagine if that had been a Black man, a different punishment. Exactly. W's in the chat for that. Hi, Demand. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Hi there. I'm not really a Trump supporter, but I do have some questions about the background. So when you say remove U.S. global presence, are you talking political or military? Because there's also a
military
topic that says cut military budget.
Military. It goes hand in hand.
Can we I guess we can talk about both of those then, can we?
Do you disagree with those things?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hold tight for a second. W's in the chat for Nancy. Thank you so much for the 5. W's in the chat for Marie for the $1 donation. Saying it's all a show for them. Might equals right, but it doesn't. No system is infallible, and Iran has been prepping us for decades. Absolutely, couldn't agree more. And then Marie also sent another $1 donation saying, Santana, you're playing with your food. Clearly, he's clearly a white man threatened by a coherent the concept of mediocrity may not be enough. Hey, white guy, this is why white ladies aren't interested. I fucking nailed that. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation and said, Mac is so afraid of us not surviving without white supremacy. He is. W's in the chat for Shannon for the $5 donation saying black labor isn't free and this bub isn't going to donate. No, isn't going to donate. Trivia education. My AWS, sorry, is not. More. Listen, Shannon, you're awesome. Thank you so much for that donation. W's in the chat for Shannon. W's in the chat for Tino for the $5 donation. Say, I bet Mac family changes the subject when someone asks about him. He's embarrassing every teacher he ever had. W's in the chat for Brittany for the $5 donation. This guy is listening to respond, not listening to learn definition of white patriarchy. Right? W's in the chat for Brianna for the $5 donation saying, I'm broke as hell, but you deserve something after those last 2 guests. Stay strong, King. I appreciate you so much. W's in the chat for Conway for the $5 donation saying, for the BS you got to put up with on a daily, lots of love. Thank you so much. That means the absolute world to me. Thank you. And W's in the chat for the inconspicuous typo for the $4.99 super chat to say, he said, Dunning-Kruger is a company. He did say that. He did. Whew. All right. And W's in the chat for all the donos. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Also, guys, make sure if you look up at the top, you see the word follow. You're not following me, hit that follow button. We're trying to get to 100,000 followers. So please hit that follow button. Last but not least, if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. Okay, so you said you disagree with the premise of cutting the military budget and removing the U.S. presence. Which one would you like to start with first?
I think let's just go ahead and knock out the military presence of the world. Would you like to start, or do you want me to start?
Sure. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
No worries, I'm sick too, so if you hear some stuff from my voice, I apologize.
Okay. Yeah. The point that I'm making with removing the U.S. presence is the United States has anywhere from 750 to 800 military bases around the world. And while I think there is a need to be able to support our allies and be able to respond in a defensive measure, I think the overwhelming force and presence that we currently have is not necessary. I think that with reducing the overwhelming force and presence that we have while still supporting our allies and will cool the global tensions as far as the military industrial complex that perpetuates the entire world. It allows us to use the money that we're no longer using on supporting foreign bases and spaces and places to have that better allocated to our soldiers and the American people. I think that doing all of these things would also help with the amount of American soldiers that are being required to actually fuel the military industrial complex, young men and women that are being pumped into the military and sent off to war. So the premise that I have overall is, while I do agree with being able to support our allies and having some ability to respond globally depending on what is happening, I think the overwhelming force and presence that we have is harmful and it needs to be removed.
Okay, so let me see if I'm tracking what you said so far. So you did say that it's important and they're there for a reason. You just don't think there should be that many servicemen and women in those areas at that specific time. Is that pretty much what you said in the gist?
Yeah, it's too much of a current presence.
Okay, so I guess let's just go off of what's going on today. Today, around the Middle East, the U.S. Fifth Fleet and PAC Fleet are moving towards the Straits of Hormuz and the Middle East, right? So based off of what's going on today, and I'm not saying, I agree with what's going on, but it is happening. Are you saying that you wouldn't agree that they would be there for a reason and it's important for us to have a presence in that region at this specific time?
Why are they there?
they're there because of the war that's going on between Israel, Iran, and us.
Yeah, but who roped the U.S. in?
Who roped the U.S. in? That I'm not totally educated about. I do know that Israel is one of our strongest allies. So
Hold on. You said between Israel, the U.S., and Iran, right? So let's take the U.S. out. Who roped the U.S. in? Was it Iran or Israel?
Well, like I said, I'm not totally educated on that fact, but I would assume
Have you had to take a
Israel, by
guess?
the way.
Got it.
Yeah, I did. I don't know if you heard me or not.
Yeah. I also have cut ties with Israel up there. The only reason that's
what I was making my guess on is because it was up there.
The only reason that we are currently in this conflict is because Donald Trump was too weak to say no, just like Joseph Robinette Biden did, because Bibi Netanyahu actually tried to go to the Biden administration and tell them that Hezbollah was getting ready to strike the U.S. And if they didn't actually strike them first, then, you know, the U.S. is going to be in trouble. The Biden administration, through their intelligence, said, we don't have that information and we're not going to do it. The Trump administration, even though their intelligence said we don't have that information, Donald Trump said, okay, we'll do it. And so we went on the offensive with Israel because Israel said we should.
I understand. Yeah, like I said, I'm not totally up to date on politics. I'm not totally educated on everything that's going on. So that's why I don't really talk about it. You know what I mean? However, I did bring up the military because that is one subject I am kind of sort of educated on.
Yeah. My entire point of what I just said was said because it's not saying there's never going to be an instance where we have to respond in certain areas. But again, that's why I keep saying defensive versus offensive. And the strikes in Iran were offensive strikes, which Israel has been in the last year and a half has struck 9 different countries. 9 different countries. They have been the aggressors as far as striking them first. And they've said that we're striking them as a preemptive strike. So
yeah, well, it's always better to be preactive than reactive.
Yeah, but when
I'm not saying in that sense, exactly.
Wait. When you do that to 9 different countries, right? Come on now.
Oh no, I'm agreeing.
They did that in a year and a half. They did that to 9 different countries, and said all 9 were preemptive. It sounds like you're looking it up. Good for you.
Oh no, I am. I'm trying to look at this. Like I'm here for an education as well. I'm here to speak on topics, and then I'm also here for an education. So I'm just looking up Israel striking 9 countries. That is a lot of countries.
Yep. That's what they do. That's how they get down. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 300,000 likes. Also, if you would like to support the live, again, you know, Black people labor ain't free. Holla at your boy. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you if you're on YouTube. You can send a super chat and I will read that out. So
right,
the
well,
point,
brother, I guess we. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you still going?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say the point that I'm getting across is like again, I understand the basis behind like being able to respond and support allies. I'm not taking that premise away from
yeah, that's the only point I was trying to make there.
Yeah, I think that's important, but I also think it's important that we take the position of of defensive and not offensive, right? That's the entire premise. Also, I'm going to throw this on the screen for everyone else. It's missing a country, but like still, that's fine. I'm going to put this up anyway so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Anyway, so yeah, like that's the basis of what I am saying.
All right, dude. Well, I appreciate you taking the time out of your day to speak with me.
Oh, so you agree now?
Yeah, no, I am. I mean, the only point that I wanted to make is, having a presence is important. I'm not necessarily how large of a presence is important, but we do have to have key areas of responsibility and where we are and what we're doing. And, you're there for a reason,
Okay.
So I guess that's the only point I want to make. And it seems like we both do agree on that.
All right. I appreciate you.
All right. Have a good one, brother.
All right. You as well. You guys see those countries? It's fucking wild, right? Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are we're looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. I'm positive. I'm like really positive this isn't a debate. Watch this, because they're like, let me up. Can I join? Oh.
Hi, bro. I'm Syrian.
Nailed it. W's in the chat for Patty for the $20 donation saying, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Patty, stop it. Stop it, Patty. Massive W's in the chat for Patty. Patty says, sorry, I can't do more because you do so much and tolerate even more impossible incels. You're awesome and I adore you. I adore you way more, Patty. Thank you so much for the $20. That is a lot of money and you are incredibly kind. Yeah, look at that. We got a restriction. We're gonna have to hit a reset, guys. W's in chat for Stasha for the $15 donation. It physically hurts me to hear people slur. As a white person, I'm ashamed and absolutely heartbroken by the blatant racism exhibit. Sorry, Santana, love you much. I love you too, guys. Let's hit a quick reset just to be on the safe side. We'll
established by society, for society, etc.
Right, but who
Recognizing
makes
that this is something that
but who makes you go to it?
hopefully we can get you to a point where you understand that it's for your own damn good. Because
I don't disagree.
you know,
I don't disagree, but at the same time, I don't find in this scenario, I don't find that it's morally wrong. So just because you find something morally wrong doesn't mean that I find it morally wrong. Therefore, I don't need to follow the things that you think should happen if there's no laws about it.
and I guess that's something I don't necessarily understand how somebody would come to that kind of a conclusion that putting other people in danger would be morally right.
Well, that's
considering that you know,
right, but because morals are subjective. That's why you and I can't understand that, because I mean, without getting anecdotal or anything, same thing with me. I don't drink because I had an alcoholic father and a lot of people around me growing up that were alcoholics that were not good people, right? So I understand when you're coming from that part. So we can't see why somebody would think oppositely or opposite of us, right? But that's because morals are subjective. And we can't control other people's morals unless we snuff it out. But then at that point, you're calling for extermination for people. And that doesn't sound very utopian to me.
I would never do that either.
I know.
I would never do that either.
all this to say,
especially since I'm disability retired and them trying to bring back the ugly laws. I'm trans. They're trying to bring back the whole thing about keeping us out of public.
Yeah.
You know, they made it a felony. They made it a felony for me to even exist in public in Tennessee. So yeah, fuck that bullshit.
Yeah, I got you. And I understand. I was just my whole thing was just, I used to be an anarchist or thought I was until I truly kept going down the line and challenging myself and everything. Anarchy is just not possible because it contradicts itself. And if you don't believe me, I even got the tattoo to prove it.
Can I see it?
From a long, long time ago. You see the anarchy right there? Right there. It's hard to point. Anyways.
You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats who get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat.
Hey.
You talk slick, but you ain't got source.
Nope.
Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force.
I'm
the
not-
test, the trap, the trip, the call.
Hey.
You slip once, I'm snatching it all. Boom. Step in.
Guys, as we get back in, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin to the boost the live. Also, can we knock out the daily gift goal? It's the creepers. It's the creepers. Can we knock out the creepers, please?
Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Step in there, you dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air.
Ain't no
rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana.
Hey.
Yeah. This ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This is flame space.
Hey, Kobe.
Don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana.
Bana. Guys, welcome back. This is Sparring with Santana. One-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and we are looking for some debates. So if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin to boost the live. And keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 50,000 likes. Please, please, please. Hi, Jolly. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Hey, buddy. I disagree with every single one of them stupid things you got on there.
Oh, that's
I can tell you're a liberal. I know you're a liberal. Running around crying all day.
Yeah.
Crying, keep crying like a pussy little bitch more you are.
Okay. Hey, guess what?
Keep bombing the hell out of them.
Guess what, Jolly? I don't like trolls, right? I know there's a lot of people on this app that may suffer fools. I'm not one, right? I don't find trolls to be funny, or I know. I don't find trolls to be funny or engaging or like fun to bring up. So yeah, I hear you. So Jolly, serious question. As an adult, right? As an adult. Okay. Like you've already gotten removed. Holy fuck. Guys, don't report. We don't do that. Like let's keep it together. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, hi. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yes, I'm a Trump supporter, and yes, I disagree with ban AIPAC.
Okay. So your name is Judine, or is it what's your username?
Just call me Jay.
Jay. Okay, got it. Jay. Why do you disagree with banning AIPAC?
Because anybody should be able to give any politician money, and as long as the people vote for him, that is on the people, and everybody knows exactly how much money people get. It's all disclosed. So when people vote, it's essentially on them because they know who they're voting for, and they know they're getting money from AIPAC. And Americans have been voting for people who get money from AIPAC. So you can ban AIPAC. The only way you're going to ban AIPAC and get rid of AIPAC if you stop voting for the people who take money from AIPAC, which is a lot of people. So, I mean, good luck with that.
Yeah, I hear you. So as far as like an AIPAC, right? It's a little bit misleading, and that's just because I only have a certain amount of space on the background. What I really mean is like we start with AIPAC, and then we get all money out of politics, right? We overturn Citizen United, we remove dark money from politics, and we run any politician out of town that is insistent on taking corporate donors and lobbyist money instead of actually doing the will for the people. So while APEC is just on the screen, it's because, you know, a lot of people know APEC. They don't know a lot of these other like super PACs or, you know,
What's the
corporate
point of
lobbyists and
APAC?
stuff
Do you
like
know?
that. Yeah.
Do you know the point of APAC?
Yeah, it's a slush fund.
No, it's a fund for
It's a slush
politicians to get money from Israel, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they can put policies that are pro-Israel. It's just like, let's say
It's a
you're
slush
a
fund.
black man, right?
No,
You're
it's
a black man.
Wait, hold on. Stop for a second. Stop for a second. Tell me why what you just said doesn't mean that it's a slush fund.
Can you explain to me what slush fund means?
Yeah, it's a pool of money that's used for discretionary spending to buy certain favor.
Amazing. And what politician doesn't do that?
Why is that acceptable?
Why is it acceptable? Because let's say I'm running for an election, right? And I need money, and I have certain policies. Just like, you know, certain black people, they want reparations, right? They're going to vote for a guy. They're going to give the guy money, and he's going to put in place policies so black people get reparations, correct? So people who vote, people who give them money, essentially they're just giving them money for them to put in policies that would benefit those people. And Jews like us, we have a lot of money.
Hold on one second. Slow down for 2 seconds.
A lot of it.
Sure, that's fine. Slow down for 2 seconds. Who is
Get your money up
disputing?
and stop complaining.
Listen, you're showing that you have a lack of impulse control. I need you to slow down. I know your feelings are hurt right now because I'm specifically going at APEC and also Israel. I don't really care about that, but what I would like for you to do is focus on what I'm saying. So what's the problem with what you said as far as people donating money? Did I say anything about people not being able to donate money?
Anybody can donate.
Sure, but did I say anything about not allowing people to donate money?
Okay, so who's gonna donate money? A dog? Who's gonna, like? It's people donating money.
I'm not sure if you're like just not tracking, and which if it's a comprehension issue, just let me know. Wait, hold on. Hey, Jay, is it a comprehension issue? Do I need to explain it more or break it down? I'm just trying to understand where you are.
I'll ask you a clarifying question.
I don't want you. No. I don't want a clarifying question. I need to understand as far as what I'm saying. Do I need to actually break it down more, or can you answer the question that I had directly?
Yeah, break it down more. What do you mean by people not giving money? I mean, what do you mean by people giving money? And who else is giving money besides people? That's what my question is.
Corporations.
So exactly, corporations are people.
No, corporations are entities that represent people. I'm not talking about the representation of an entity. I'm talking about individual people. That's why I said we have to overturn Citizens United, which puts a cap on the amount of money an individual can actually donate. The point is that people have the ability to buy politicians. And when there are people buying politicians, the politicians will not do what's in the best interest of their constituents. They will do what's in the best interest of the people that put money in their pocket. And I know that you feel like that's such a great win because you're a Jewish person who actually gets the benefit of APEC and gets the benefit of the slush fund that's being used to send money to Israel while Israel sends money to the actual politicians. But you're the anomaly. Like, I don't care about you and your quote unquote beliefs as far as Israel being supported by the United States government. I care about the American people and what's being done for the American people.
Amazing. So I'll tell you like this. So if you guys want to care about, if you care about the American people, I would suggest you go and tell your people in the hood to stop rolling dice and go get their money up so they can also put their money in where it actually matters. Stop buying chains and start buying real estate so they can get their money up. I mean, you guys are just focused on the wrong things while Jews are busy buying up your blocks. I mean, it is what it is, but you'll keep living.
Jay, you're crashing. Jay, you're crashing. Listen, hold on one second. I don't care about your microaggressions. I don't care. Listen, wait 1 second, Jay. I'm going to say this in all seriousness, right? I'm going to mute you because I want to be very clear when I say this. I know you just tried to engage in racism because you feel attacked, right? You see APEC and you see Israel and you think that I'm personally talking about you. If you're an American citizen, I'm not talking about you, right? But you feel attacked, and so you want to actually lean into racism, right? And so you try to use the microaggressions talking about the hood and dice and chains. Sure, fine. I don't even care about you trying to do that because I'm not a sensitive snowflake like you. But what I will say, Jay, what you're doing right now is literally the reason why people across this app is engaging in anti-Semitism. The reason why people are openly, blatantly, no, that's fine. I'm still talking. Have some impulse control. If nothing else, have impulse control. What you're doing right now is the reason why there's rampant anti-Semitism across the board. That's the reason why people like Nick Fuentes is now a voice of people, and they're weaponizing young white men to go after Jewish people, right? So while you and I can disagree, right, I'm sitting here telling you that you're harmful to Jewish people, right? And if you want to continue to engage in, I'm still speaking. If you want to engage in an actual debate, we can do that. But if you're gonna sit here and try to engage in racism because you think it's cute, I'm telling you, I will match energy. I'm trying to give you a little bit of grace, but my grace only extends so far. So I'm gonna say, don't do that again, or we can get into some gangsta shit. Got it?
That's cool, bro. Absolutely. But
all right,
let me tell you one thing. So you just mentioned that we're being attacked by white men. Let me break something to you, Santana, brother. So in the last 5 to 10 years, you go look at the anti-Semitic incidents in New York City, majority are done by black men, brother.
Sure, give me proof.
You don't need proof, bro.
No. I need proof. I don't trust you. You need more people. So give me actual proof showing that the amount of anti-Semitism that has occurred within New York over the last 5 years has been perpetuated by black people. And guess what? I've heard that claim before. I've looked up that claim, and you're wrong. Now give me proof. Now give me proof. You guys are just jealous. Hey, I don't care about your fragility anymore. I don't. I need you to substantiate the things that you're saying. At this point, no one cares about your yap session. The only thing that I care about now is the substance of what you can provide. If you can't provide any substance, then I don't want to hear it. Really? Hey, question for you. What state do you currently live in?
None of your business.
So you're not actually American.
I'm Israeli American.
No, you don't live. No, you don't. No, you don't. Which state do you live in?
Well, okay, I live in Ohio.
Okay, you live in Ohio. Cool. What time is it in Ohio?
1:09.
It's 1:09. Okay, cool. Question for you. What is the capital of Ohio?
Columbus. Dude, you don't have to I live in the United States, bro.
You live in the US.
Like, why is this a conversation, bro?
You live in the US. Okay, cool. Just the last thing. Sent you an invite to turn on your camera.
The rent is doing the first, guys.
Yeah, shh. Don't run. Oh, you fucking coward. Not the snowflake coward running because we pulled his card. He was fucking lying. W's in the chat for Athena. I appreciate you, Athena. W's in the chat for Athena. He was fucking lying. You coward. He's such a coward.
Yeah, I just briefly came up here because I wanted to say that Israel actually supports anti-Semitism globally. Theodor Herzl, who is the father of modern-day Zionism, political Zionism, himself said, and I quote, Anti-Semites will become our most dependable friends. The anti-Semitic countries are allies. He also said it would be an excellent idea to call in respectable, accredited anti-Semites as liquidators of property. So, like, when you were saying that his actions are causing the increase of anti-Semitism, he knows. And Israel knows that. They want it to increase. Why? Because the more it increases, the more unsafe it becomes for the Jewish diaspora, which a majority of Jewish people live outside of Israel, by the way. The more unsafe it becomes, the more people will have no other choice but to move to Israel, right? So, this is why Israel allies with a lot of fascistic, anti-Semitic parties. It allies with groups that basically hate Jewish people, because rising anti-Semitism actually helps Israel. So just wanted to say that. That's why I sent you that source, by the way, from the father of Zionism. But I appreciate it. I'll go back to chat.
W's in the chat for you. I appreciate you. W's in the chat for Athena. Also, W's in the chat for Sid. What up, Sid? Who sent a $10 super chat to say, for the white nonsense, sorry for my bleach demon kins. God damn. W's in the chat. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen, guys. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 100,000 likes. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. The war, it's time to end it. It's time to end it. And the way that we go about ensuring that we are ending this conflict is by removing the U.S. presence globally. We have to do it. We absolutely have to do it. We also have to cut ties with Israel. Like, I think that was an amazing display of why it's pertinent to remove or cut ties completely with Israel. And that also means banning any politicians that actually take AIPAC money. We also have to remove white men from power. We got to do it. We got to do it. And last but not least, we got to cut the military budget. So if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. W's in the chat for Keely, who sent a $5 donation saying, you get the wildest guests up here. I listen to you, Parker Dean, and I swear you get the craziest. Your ability to deal with them is astonishing. Yeah, like, you know what's funny, though? If I'm going to be completely honest, right? If I'm going to be completely honest with you, chat, this is the thing. They expect me to be triggered by the things that they're going to say. Like, let's be honest. When they come up here and they engage in racism, they expect me to crumble and fold because that's all they have, right? When they come up here and they slur, or they come up here and they engage in microaggressions, or they come up here and they blatantly dog whistle, they think that that's enough to make me lose it. But that's because they don't know what racism is. I keep telling them over and over and over and over and over, you don't know what racism is. You don't know what race is. You don't know what racism is. The reason why they come up here and they slur and they dog whistle and they use their microaggressions is because they don't know what race nor racism is. Because if they knew what race and racism is, they would understand that if racism was only calling the black people the N-word, if that's all racism was calling black people the N-word, we would take that every day, all day, twice on Sunday. If that's the only thing racism was the N-word, Okay. But see, this is the problem. They get triggered by people calling them names because they're sensitive. That's why people who often engage in racism also engage in other things, right? That's why you see so many Trump supporters, MAGA, things like that. They love to say, liberals, you libs, you libs. They love screaming liberal, right? But then when you call them MAGA, why is it that you guys always have to put a label on something? Why do you guys want to label us all MAGA? I know you guys have been hearing that now they don't want to be labeled as MAGA, right? But then also, Sleepy Joe Biden, let's go Brandon, all this shit, right? But then Joe Biden said that Trump supporters were trash and they lost their shit. They lost their mind when Joseph Robinette Biden said that they were trash. They lost it. Hillary Clinton, lock her up, lock her up. They made all the oral sex jokes. They said all they had to say about Hillary Clinton. But the fact that Hillary Clinton called them a basket full of deplorables haunts their dreams today. They wake up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat thinking about Hillary Clinton calling them a basket full of deplorables. That's why they get so upset. They're so sensitive. They used to say, you guys over on the left, you're snowflakes. You're snowflakes. And then we started saying, hey, you're a snowflake. Don't call me a snowflake. I'm not a snowflake. How dare you call me a snowflake? I can't believe you said I was a snowflake. Bro, that was your word. That was literally your word. That's why one of my favorite things to do is call FBA. Anytime I see someone that's FBA, I call them a tether. If you know, you know. Start calling people who are FBA tethers. Watch how they crash out. You call someone who's FBA a tether, they will lose their shit. But this is what they think racism is. They think that racism is just calling someone a name. Not white people, of course. Most white people don't even know what FBA is anyway, though. Like, white people don't know what FBA is. White people don't call them a tether. White people, that one was not for you. That was for black people. White people, my good white friends, disregard that last comment. White people don't go around calling anybody a tether. That's for the black folks. Just trust me. You gotta trust me. You gotta trust me. All right. All right. All right. Do it at your own risk. Anyway, they're so sensitive. They're so sensitive. And that's why they think anyone can be racist, right? They think that anyone can be racist because they think that racism is about hate and saying bad names. That's why they think that anyone can be racist, and that's why they think anyone can experience racism, because they think it's about hate and saying bad names. It's not. It's literally not. That's also why, and also, like, I say this all the time, and for anyone who normally watches me, you guys know, I say I'm a black man from the South, right? I spent most of my life in the South. I've only been on the West Coast since 2021. The first time someone called me the N-word that I can remember, myself, howdy partner, and 3 of my friends were walking up the street. We were like 7 years old. We were walking up the street to go play basketball at a park that was close. And as we're walking up the street, 7 years old, 2 white guys in a car hanging out the window, driving past, who sees 4 black kids walking up the street with a basketball to go play basketball, leans out the car window and starts screaming the N-word, just letting it fly. But that's not the worst part. It's not the worst part. So, as we hear them screaming it, my 7-year-old self, who shouldn't have been saying the things that I said, but I did say it, I yelled back, F you. Because I had heard that word before. I didn't really, I didn't know a lot, but I knew that F you. So that's what I yelled back at them as they were slurring and driving. Now, remind you, 4 7-year-old black boys walking up the street to go play basketball in South Carolina, and 2 white men driving, hanging out the window, calling 4 black boys the N-word. And I said, F you. And they heard me. And they hit a U-turn. These 2 white men who were driving up the street, hanging out the car, slurring at 4 black boys, and I scream, F you, they heard me and they hit a U-turn. And pulled on the sidewalk in front of us. Pulled up on the sidewalk with their car directly in front of us and started screaming, what did you say? One of my friends said, we didn't say anything. We didn't say anything. No one said anything. And these 2 grown white men who had just drove up the street slurring at 4 7-year-old black boys and decided to hit a U-turn and pull their car on the sidewalk in front of these 4 black boys walking to go play basketball, did it to intimidate them. And one of my friends was like, we didn't say anything. And they said, that's what we thought. Because they were leaning out the window, they pulled back in, backed up and left. That was my first-hand experience with racism. That was the first time I can recall actively experiencing racism. And it's gone further from that. I tell this one story often, right? When I talk about the fact that I was a victim of medical racism, See, this is why I say that if they just understood, if racism was just calling black people the N-word, we would take it. We would take it. If it was just calling us the N-word, we would take it. In 2010, I had gastric bypass surgery. It was an elective surgery. I was almost 500 pounds. And so I didn't have any medical issues, but I was like, I can't do this. And so I decided that I was going to have gastric bypass surgery. I was working a job that had good insurance, and they could pay to get the surgery, and I could take time off and all this other stuff. So 2010, I had gastric bypass surgery, and I was in South Carolina. And since I was in South Carolina, I had an old white Southern doctor. I enjoyed him. I thought he was hilarious because he reminded me of, gosh, what's his name? God damn it. What's the rooster name from Looney Tune? Foghorn Leghorn. That's who he reminded me of. Foghorn Leghorn. I say, hey boy, I say. I thought that he was, I liked him. He was an old white Southern man, surgeon. So prior to the surgery, there were things that I had to do, right? They put me on a specific diet. I had to see like a therapist. I had to get like an angel sponsor, which is someone who had been through the type of surgery so I could know what to expect and da-da-da-da-da-da. So I met all the qualifications. I planned everything out. I had my pre-op. I knew what to expect with the surgery. And I went in for the surgery. And so it's the day of the surgery. And my surgeon came in. Was like, hey, are you ready? I'm like, yeah, let's do it. All right, we're going to put you under. It's going to take X amount of time. We're going to do laparoscopic incisions. You'll be here in the hospital for a couple of days, and then you're G to G, right? So that was the expectation. So they give me the anesthesia. Side note, if you've never had anesthesia before, the sleep that I got when they pumped that anesthesia into my veins. They put me under anesthesia and said, count backwards from 100. I said 100, 99. No lie. That's how fast I was out. Anyway, so they give me the anesthesia. They said that, it's going to take this amount of time for the surgery. It's going to be a laparoscopic surgery. You're going to be in the hospital for a couple of days. You'll be able to leave and, blah, 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 blah. Right? So I go under. The surgery was successful. And I wake up. The doctor comes in. It says, hey, are you okay? Yeah, I'm groggy. I'm good. Everything's good. Right? So the next day, when the anesthesia was out of my system and I was a little bit more aware, my surgeon came back. It's like, okay, it's time to check your incisions. I was like, all right, cool. And since it was a laparoscopic surgery towards my sternum, they had me completely wrapped up, right? So they went through the process of unwrapping me. And I'm sitting there in so much pain, but happy that I made this life-changing decision to, take control of my life and my health. And they're unwrapping me, right? Unwrapping. They take the wrapping off. I look down, and there's an incision from the bottom of my chest all the way down to my navel. Directly from the bottom of my chest all the way down my sternum to my navel. I was like, hey doc, I'm a little confused. Why do I have this large incision? I thought it was supposed to be laparoscopic. He said, yeah. It was definitely supposed to be laparoscopic. But we went in to do the surgery. And when I started cutting, I realized that your skin was too thick. You got thick skin. And so since you had thick skin, we couldn't do it laparoscopically. Now, hindsight 2020, if I was smart, even in that moment, I would have said, hey doc, I hear you, but like there are small incisions on the side and then there's a large incision. So if my skin was too thick for the small incision, why would you make all 4 small incisions instead of stopping at the 1? I didn't think of that. I didn't stop to say like, why didn't you stop at the 1? He made all 4 incisions and then made a decision. No, can't do it. Let's cut them all the way open. But he told me, you got thick skin. And I said, I'm a fucking superhero. Damn right I got thick skin. Damn right I got thick skin. I'm a tough you know what. That's exactly what I thought. I'm a literal superhero. One of my favorite movies was Hancock. And one of my favorite parts of Hancock was when they got ready to give Hancock, they tried to get a needle into his vein and the needle bent and they couldn't get the needle into his vein. And that's what I thought. Like, I'm fucking Hancock. Couldn't do that to him, couldn't cut me. And then I learned about medical racism. And I learned about the myth that Black people have thicker skin and less nerve endings than white people. And so the idea of me having thicker skin is not rooted in any type of medical practice or standards, is literally rooted in medical racism based off of testing that was completed on enslaved people here in the US, and which also perpetuates the additional thought process that, yeah, when Black people feel less pain. That's why when you take a look at the distribution of pain medication for Black people versus white people, Black people on typical are administered less pain medication and are listened to less than white patients, because the medical racism practice saying that Black people experience less physical pain, they have less nerve endings, and so they can endure more pain. And so there was a teaching within the medical field that said when Black people say they're in pain, if they tell you that they're at a 10, they're actually at a 7. If Black people say they're at a 7, they're actually at a 4. So if Black people are telling you, hey, nurse, I'm hurting, can I get my pain medication? Well, they just want the meds. They're not really in pain. They just want the meds. And that's medical racism. That was justification that was used during slavery to be able to beat Black people. They literally said, hey, they have less nerve endings, so it's okay if you beat your slaves. Don't feel bad, white people, because they don't feel pain the same way that you feel pain. It's a pseudoscience. And it's a pseudoscience that was passed down, literally written in medical books and taught, and people still believe it today. So the reason why I share that story is to explain that if racism ended at just calling us the N-word, life would be sweet. Oh my God, life would be amazing if that's the only thing that we had to deal with. If we didn't have to deal with medical racism, educational racism, financial racism, environmental racism. If that was it. Who is this? Now I see why people think you're racist. Oh, Red Devil. You see why people think I'm racist? Come up here and tell me about it. I know, Red Devil, accept that invite. You know what's fucking funny? This coward who won't accept the invite is sitting here while I'm telling him a story about being a victim of medical racism, calls me racist for telling the story about medical racism. About me telling the story the first time as a 7-year-old boy, 2 white men were screaming the N-word at me, pulled their car on the sidewalk in front of me and my 3 friends, cutting us off and intimidating us. That's why I'm racist. That's why I'm racist. You guys are fucking stupid. Like that's the wildest shit. That's the wildest shit. And Red Devil said that, but won't get up here. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Play farming sim? Please.
For him to actually say that is the wildest statement. Red Devil, why aren't you coming up? Why won't you accept that request? If you, Red Devil, come up here and explain to me how I'm racist. The fact that black people, they fucking hate when black people tell them about their lived experiences. They fucking hate. Observe Crow. What'd you say? Rage bait and get what? You come up here and tell me about it. I'm gonna mute you. Rage bait activated. Come up here and tell me how that's rage bait. Come up here and tell me how that's rage bait. I sent you a request. You're not gonna come up? The fact that black people, tell me how that's rage bait.
I was saying he was rage baiting.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I thought you said I was rage baiting. I apologize.
No, I was saying he's rage baiting because he's talking in the comments and not coming up. I was saying he's rage baiting.
I'm sorry. It's friendly fire. Friendly fire. I apologize. All right, I'm gonna drop you down.
That's all
Sorry.
right. Okay.
The fact that white people will literally say that black people telling about their lived experiences and how they have been marginalized is racism. That's crazy. Connor, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background, or did you come up to tell me that I'm racist?
I was going to ask if you could unblock my other accounts, please.
Stop coming up here. You can't be on TikTok live. You're a kid. You can't do that. Also, guys, don't block Farm Sim Kid. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
No, but I watch you debate with Dean a lot.
I appreciate you. Guys, please only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. Guys, unblock Farm Sim Kid. You know, Farm Sim Kid, stop coming up, but don't block them. But again, the fact that black people are willing to tell Like this is where we are. This is where we are. And there's a bunch of thank yous. There's a bunch of thank yous I'm gonna get to because I see your donations, guys. I see your donations. I promise you I'm gonna get to your donations and I'm gonna say thank you in just a moment. But I don't want to lose the train of thought. When Black people start to talk about the racism that we've experienced and the way that there's racial inequalities, we're told that we're being victims. We're told that we won't just grab our bootstraps and start pulling. We're told that everyone's equal. What can a white man do that a Black man can't do? We're told that our experiences aren't real. We're making it up. You just want to complain. Said 10,000% the victim? Oh, okay. Come up here and tell me about it. I'm going to send you a request. I'm muting you. Come up here and tell me how 10,000% the victim.
I'm friendly. I was agreeing.
Oh, dang it. Sorry.
No, sorry. No,
I better stop.
I know you're on a roll. You're looking for these people, but like, sorry,
Well,
I'm friendly. I was agreeing.
No, all good. I saw that. I'm sorry. I saw that and I was like, oh, you're sitting there. I'm not even necessarily looking for him, but I just saw the comment. I was like, oh, okay. I apologize. I'm going to stop. But the point that I'm making is we're told that like it's us. And if we work harder and if we educate ourselves and if we stop leaving our children, then we can actually make it in the US. If we work harder, Juneteenth, the official point where all Black people were officially freed. On Juneteenth, the wealth disparity within the US was 60-1. Meaning, for every $1 that Black people had, white people had 60. That was the ratio for wealth. 166 years later, that same wealth gap is now 7-1. For every $1 Black people have, white people have 7. Within a span of 166 years, we were able to shrink the wealth gap from 60-1 to 7-1. Now, please don't forget that after the end of slavery, we went through reclamation, Jim Crow, Black codes, segregation. Hell, it's been what, about 60 some odd years since Black people haven't officially been looked at as less than by the law. And you're telling me that in 166 years, we've been able to decrease the wealth gap from 60-1 to 7-1, but Black people aren't working hard. Well, I guess that whole like working thing is out the door. Oh, educate yourself. Education is the key. If you educate yourself, then you got to stop being victims and go get an education. Black women are the most educated group in America today. While Black women have one of the lowest percentiles as far as college acceptance and representation, they have the highest percentile of obtaining graduate degrees, while at the same time, the highest percentile that moves on to post-secondary degrees, master degrees, doctorals. And while being the most educated group in America, under the first year of Donald Trump's second administration, 400,000 Black women lost their jobs. You know who didn't lose their jobs? Who actually improved under Donald Trump's first year? Because the unemployment rate went up. Guys, the unemployment rate went up under Donald Trump's first year, except for white men. White men actually gained under Donald Trump's first year in office. Everybody else took a loss. Black women shouldered the majority of the loss. White men made a gain. So it can't be about education. It can't be about education because Black women are fucking crushing it. So the financial part is out. The education part is out. Oh, you know what? Nuclear family. You guys got to stop leaving your kids. Got to stop leaving your kids. If you guys participated more in your kid's life and you engage more in the nuclear family, then you Blacks will be all right. Well, according to Pew Research, Black men are the most active participants of any men in their children's life. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? That means, while Black men and Black women might not be classified in the nuclear household, meaning married, Black men participate in that household more than any other race. Whether it's feeding their kids, taking them to school, showing up to sporting events, reading them bedtime stories, actively participating to ensure that their kids are being taken care of. They're just not married at the same rate as other races. I don't know about you guys, but I would rather have an active father in the household than just a married father in the household. And it's not just me. It's not just me. The reason why the nuclear family is a myth is because people try to push the idea that the two-parent household is vital. It's critical. It's not. It's not. Studies have shown that if you take a look at the actual key indicator for a successful home, user, are you a Trump supporter, disagree with something on the background, and just came up to call me racist?
I'm disagreeing with the fact that you say that the nuclear family isn't vital for
okay, cool. How about I land this plane and then you see if you change your mind?
Go ahead.
The biggest indicator that leads to success and stability in children is not having two parents in the household. It's the amount of money in the household. Studies find that parents that have the ability to financially provide at a higher clip breed an environment for children to be happier and successful. Also, people say, whoa, two-parent household, traditions, men and women. Hey, there's also a complete study that showed that children of non-heterosexual relationships are happier and more successful than children in heterosexual households. Studies find that if your parents are gay, you're more likely to be happier and successful. If you got queer parents, you're more likely to be happy and successful. So the idea that the nuclear household is necessary is just a white supremacy talking point that is perpetuated by the fact that men need to be the head of the household. It upholds the patriarchal system. It upholds whiteness, and it disenfranchises people who don't actively participate in the quote unquote nuclear household, i.e. Black people may not actually be married at the clip as white people, but they participate more in the household than white people. So that's why the nuclear family is a myth. User, you want to tell me why I'm wrong about the nuclear family being a myth? Go for it.
Well, if you look at the crime rates of the Black population in the country.
Oh, this is fun.
I mean, they make up what, 13% of the population and commit.
And then how much of the crime?
50-something%.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the amount of
wait, no, don't go too far. Don't go too far. Where'd you get that from?
I mean, the statistics.
Did you hear it, or did you actually do you actually know
I
about
did my
it?
research on it. I mean,
You did your research? I'm so glad
Yeah.
that you did your research on it. Tell me a little bit
And
more
also,
about it.
I mean, if
Hold
you
on.
look
No. Don't go too far. Don't go too far. Okay. So you did your research, right?
Correct.
User, is that accurate? Okay. All right. You did your research. Good. Question. I'm going to put something on the screen for you, and I want you to tell me if this is where you were doing your research. And when I put this on the screen, I'm actually going to give you a few minutes to take a look at it, because I got to say a couple of thank yous if you don't mind, because I'm like way far behind. I apologize. I've been yapping. All right, so I'm going to put this on the screen, and I'm going to give you a minute to look at it. All right, can you see it okay, or let me make it a little bit bigger. This is what you're looking at?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. Dang it, why can't I go over to I can't scroll over to the other side. Dang it, hold on. Why is it doing that? All right. Yeah, this is what you're looking at here. All right, perfect. All right, cool. All right, give me 2 seconds. Let me say thank you to a couple of people really quickly. Guys, let's start with YouTube. W's in the chat for Steph for the $1.99 super chat to say Trump make Biden look like Einstein. Exactly. W's in the chat for Wesley for the $10 super chat to say I was unaware of medical racism until I joined the army. I saw a black man limping the way through the day and getting no help while I got other stuff for kidney stones. Exactly. W's in the chat for Is Kelly for becoming a YouTube member. W's in the chat for Kelly. W's in the chat for Flex for the $10 donation saying, thanks for helping change my perspective on life. Flex, that's awesome. W's in the chat for you. W's in the chat for Mike for the $2 donation. Santana, MAGA cope so hard. They're effing suck harder than Hoover. Exactly. W's in the chat for Dylan for the $1 donation saying, seems like I was the only respectable person debater today. Ha ha ha. Have a great day, brother. Thank you for what you do. I don't know who was. Yeah. I got it. Yeah, you were. Hey, user, don't stay out of the app for too long. If you stay out for too long, it'll actually drop you. I don't want to drop you. You got to come back in every once in a while. That was in chat for Keely for the $5 donation. And I have to donate again as you were talking about how MAGA doesn't understand racism being more than just words. To tell you that I told my fiance about the fact that you stated about the pulse oximeter not working effectively on black skin, and he was shocked. Everything stems from racism. Yeah, like we didn't even talk about the pulse oximeter. That was in the chat for Shawana, who sent a $5 donation saying, I just wanted to say the same thing happened to me, a black woman, during surgery for ectopic pregnancy. It was a shit show. You're amazing. Yeah, listen, if we start talking about black women, holy fuck. Yeah. That was in the chat for Julia for the $2 donation saying, I'm Puerto Rican, and my first racist situation was when my dad was driving home at the age of 16, and I was at the age of 16 in Chino, California in 2007. Cops stopped us, claiming that we fit the description and threatened to unalive us, calling us suspects in the N-word. No, calling us, holy smokes, I'm not going to say that word. And the N-word, and we were just going home. I get it. Thank you for everything that you do. Yeah, listen, we didn't talk about the veil of darkness. That's another thing. W's in the chat for Marie for the $1 donation saying, families that don't have to worry about money are more likely to have the time to spend with kids. Working the 3 jobs to survive, you literally means you don't have time. Exactly, Marie. W's in the chat for CD for the $3 donation saying, you're absolutely right. The reason kids of gay couples tend to face better fare better is because the way that gay kids family have super expensive it's super expensive, such as IVF and adoption, so they often have higher disposable money. Yeah. And W's in the chat for Israel for the $1 donation saying, what's up? W's in the chat. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen. Okay, sorry, user. So you were telling me about how black people make up 13% of the population and 55% of the crime, right? Or 50% of the crime or something like that, right?
Yeah, somewhere around there, like 51.
Okay. So, and you got this from the FBI crime data, right? And this is information from the FBI crime data, right?
Right.
Okay, cool. First thing I want to call out, if we scroll to the top, what does that say? What year is that?
2019.
What year is it currently?
2026.
So, did you know that the FBI publishes their crime data every year?
I did not.
Yeah, we got updated data that's published every year. But let's stick here for a second, right? So,
but don't I see that the arrests made for white people are higher, but I'm wondering
where do you see that? Oh, wait, hold on.
Yeah,
coming down here.
Top in the total.
Wait.
Is that I'm wondering if it's
you jumped the shark. You jumped the shark, but all good. Down here, overview. Read this for me. Let me make it a little smaller. Sorry.
Can you make it a little bigger?
Yeah, for some reason it's not like it won't let me scroll left and right for some crazy reason. Give me a second. Let me see. Let's do this. Yeah, see, it won't let me scroll left and right. It's okay. In 2019, let me just go here. Yeah. In 2019, 69.4% of all individuals arrested were white, 26.6% were black or African American, and 4% were others. Right? So it talks about the arrest rate as far as the percentage of people that were arrested. So more white people got arrested, right? Now, scrolling through this information, there's multiple other things that talk about the race for reported ethnicity. 19.1% were Hispanic and Latino. Then it talks about juveniles, right? So there's something super important that we need to make sure that we call out when we look at this data, okay? You see the percentages and all the people that are being arrested, right?
Right.
All right. Someone said shorten this. I don't know how to shorten the screen. I don't know how to. I wish I could, because I want to be able to put this on. Hold on. Shoot. Usually there's like a scroll bar at the bottom. Like here. You see this? This is here. And I can do that. But I can't do it here. Anyway. So right here. Data declaration. The methodology you use in constructing this table and other permanent information about this table. You see that? User?
I can't really read anything. They all look messed up. Yeah.
You see that? So we're going to click here. All right. Now, this actual information, since you can't see it, it talks about the actual general comments, the methodology, the population estimation, and all this other stuff, right? So one, it calls out that this data was data that was estimated for 2019, not the actual data, but it was the estimated, right? And it was based off of stuff that was done in 2011 to 2018. So the data is actually older than what you actually know. But something something that you want to make sure that you look at is the general comments. This table provides the number of persons arrested nationwide in 2019, broken down by race and ethnicity and arrestee. In addition, the table shows that the percentage distribution of arrests by race and ethnicity for each offense. The table also furnishes a breakdown of these data by juveniles. The totals provided in this table reflects only the persons arrested by the law enforcement agency that provides race information to the UCR program. Therefore, the totals may not match those shown in other arrest table information. Hey, what does that mean? Hey, user, what does that mean?
Can you read that again?
Sure. The totals provided in this table reflects only the persons arrested by law enforcement agencies that provided race information to the UCR program. Therefore, the total may not match those shown in other arrest tables for the nation. What does that mean?
They're not accurate numbers.
Yeah. Yep. The next one says, these data represent the number of persons arrested. However, some people may be arrested more than once during a year. Therefore, the statistics in this table could, in some cases, represent multiple arrests of the same person. Hey, what does that mean? Hey, user, what does that sentence mean?
Can you repeat it again?
Sure. The data that represent the data represented in the number of persons arrested. I'm sorry. These data represent the number of the persons arrested. However, some people may be arrested more than once during a year. Therefore, the statistics in this table could, in some cases, represent multiple arrests of the same people or persons.
Oh, okay, I see.
What does that mean?
I mean, it means what it says, right? But like I said,
wait, hold on. So does that mean that they're double counting people?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, okay. So they're double counting people. That sounds like it would be a problem, right?
I guess, yeah.
Right. So, like, if we're relying on data that's
but I mean, nobody's getting arrested 500,000 times a year. You know what I mean?
How do you know? And who said anything about 500,000? But again, the question is, right? We haven't even gotten to the biggest flaw with this information that you're using, because we've already established that you're talking about a table 43, that was published in 2019, right? 7 years ago, and they update the crime data every year. But we talk about the fact that it's only based off of the reported data, meaning it's not all the crimes. And even within that reported data, it's only based off of those areas that report race in their data, because not all agencies report race with their data. So the data is limited. And number 3, they don't say that, hey, user committed this crime and Santana committed this crime. Since they committed the crime once, we're only going to track the crime for each individual person once. They're going to say user's white, Santana's black. For each time user commits a crime, we're going to count that once. But every time Santana commits a crime, we're going to count that once. And it doesn't account for people committing multiple crimes. So
who gets arrested more per capita?
White people.
White people.
White people.
And how,
the answer. Listen, hold on. Let me give you this. Let me give you this.
Population between
let me give you this.
People?
Let me give you this. It's white people. Literally the answer that you're looking for, it's white people. Whether you talk about the people that perpetuate the most amount of crime based off of crime data, based off of the FBI crime data, there's an actual repository that you can go in that you can filter out. And if you talk about violent crime, not all crime, that would be very disingenuous of me to pretend like it's all crime, but violent crime, white men lead in every statistical category of violent crime. Now, property crime, that's a different story, but violent crime is white men. But let me give you this last nugget.
51% of arrests in like murder.
Say it again.
51% of murder charges for black people.
You didn't even listen to what I just fucking said, did you? But that's fine. Hold on to that statistic. Hold on to that statistic. I want you to hold on to that. Right? User, do your Googles. Go look up what's the exoneration rate for black people. Go look that one up. While he's doing that, I want to say thank you to a couple of people. W's in the chat for Deb for the $4.99 super chat to say the Innocent Project. I'm not going to read that one out, Deb, because you're about to give away the answer. W's in the chat for Deb for the $4.99 super chat, who was literally on it. W's in the chat for Ashley for the $5 donation saying, queer mama of 2 thriving and happy boys. Thank you, Santana. Love you much. I love you way more. I love you way more, Ashley. Debbie's in the chat for Kimberly, who sent a $10 donation saying, what I don't understand is that people don't do enough research into surgeons. A black woman surgeon is more educated and highly intelligent, while white men surgeon, or more than white men surgeon, they score better than in every single test. Exactly. Debbie's in the chat for Good, who sent a $5 donation saying, sorry, I can't donate more. Stop it, Good. You're awesome. A bit tight, this paycheck. I'm in the AD military person who said, I love the talking points about military policy versus discussion. My Discord is CBug. I sent a friend request. Keep it up. Oh, yeah, I'll check that. Thank you. Debbie's in the chat for Samuel for the $5 donation. Guys, stop saying you wish you could donate more. I fucking love you. Seriously. Like, everything is super appreciated. Like, things are tough. Anything that you guys donate, it means the world to me. You never have to say that. I love you guys to the fucking moon and back. As a trans white man, I've experienced the difference in the way that I have been treated and privilege. I have been given a sense of transitioning. I've also seen that medical discrimination my girlfriend as a black woman has been through. Oh, that's a cool B. Has been through, makes me sick. We need to change. I completely agree. W's in the chat for Crystal for the $1 donation saying, 8-year-old with the, an 8-year-old with a truck full of white men. Oh, holy shit. 8-year-old with the trunk full of white men tried to hit you. Holy shit. That's crazy. W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, 1.8 thousand people hanging out here. If you look up at the top and you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We only got nine new followers on the stream. I am positive that there's more than 9 people watching out of the 1.8 thousand that have not followed me yet. Hit that follow button. We're trying to get to 100,000 followers. Also, if you're over on YouTube, give the VOD a thumbs up, but hit that follower. We're so close to 20,000 over on YouTube. Follow me everywhere. All right. Hey, did you find that exoneration rate for Black people?
Yeah.
What's the exoneration rate?
I think it was like 60-something%.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. That's high, right?
Yeah.
Hey, did you know that the statistics that you're talking about, right, and the statistics for the FBI crime table only account for arrests, but not exonerations?
I did not know that, no.
Yeah. So literally the data that you are interpreted or reading off it's old, right? Because it's 2019. It's inaccurate in multiple ways, but also number 3, it doesn't account for one thing that overwhelmingly impacts Black people, which is exoneration. And the fact is that Black people are over policed and highly arrested, but exonerated at a massive clip, which speaks to the fact that while Black people are being attributed for committing crime, they're not talking about the fact that actually Black people aren't the ones really doing the crime because they're being exonerated. So user, that would kind of actually skew your premise as far as, you know, Black people being such a small part and doing all the crime.
So can you explain why they have 64 to 67% of households are single family households?
Yeah, I explained that earlier. Black people don't get married that much. Hey, did you hear me also telling about who's the most
leading population in STDs and all that kind of stuff?
Medical racism? That's fine. I've talked about that as well, but stop trying to actually skate away from it. You made a point. You said, why is it that Black people don't get married? I said, or why is it that, hold on, stop. User, stop. You're running because you know that you got cooked. Don't do that. Come on now. True, I'm answering your question. Listen.
I mean, they're the ones out here killing
user, we literally just went through how your entire premise was full of shit. And now you're having an amygdala response and you're crashing because everything that you thought is not true. Like, come on, be better. Now, let me finish what I was saying. The reason why the single parent household is higher is because Black people don't get married at the clip as white people. But I was just telling about how with the Pew Center research and the CDC completed a study showing that Black men are the most active race of men in their children's lives. Howdy, partner. What does that mean, user? That means that even though these Black people aren't getting married, those Black men are taking care of their kids at a higher and more proficient clip than anyone else. Not him running! Not him running! He ran! He fucking ran! Hide a partner. Fucking hide a partner. One of my favorite things to do is dog walk a mediocre white man with white supremacy talking points. That is one of my favorite things to do. To dog walk a mediocre white man who are trying to pair how to partner white supremacy talking points. W's in chat for Nick. Thank you for the galaxy, Nick. Also, W's in chat for Kimberly for the $5 donation, saying all the donations should be separated with 50% going to your presidential campaign fund. My wife would never let me run for president. She would never do it. She would never do it. I can't believe he ran. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly and you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Hi, Bush, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background, or did you come up here to call me racist as well?
Nah, I mean, well, I do think some of the points you kind of contradicts yourself when you say that, you know, white men are racist or whatnot. Because you said, okay, do you agree that
When did I say,
can
wait, when did I say white men are racist?
I must have heard you on another, my bad, that's all me. Do you think black people can be racist?
No.
Or can you explain why? I'd like to hear your point on that.
Sure. Because of the construction of race and racism, the system that is in place, it can only be cultivated by white people. And since it can only be cultivated by white people, only white people can be racist. Other races can be xenophobic. They can be bigoted. They can be a lot of things. But unless you are someone that the system of race was created specifically to benefit you, then you can't co-opt that system.
So you think racism only evolves around black people, pretty much?
No,
when
racism revolves around white people.
No, like when it happens, like the action, like when only black people can experience racism.
Yeah,
that's pretty much you're trying to say, right?
I think. Okay, how about this? Bush, what's race?
Race, certain group of people, like Black, Asians, African Americans, white men. But
no, those are categories. Those are categories of race. But what's race?
Racism, like that exact definition.
A general definition. I want to have your understanding of what race is.
What are you doing, dude?
They put the pretty crown on me. So anyway, what's your general definition of race?
Well, I'll give you what I think race is. I mean, race is certain groups of people. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Yes,
race
sir.
is a social construct that's based off of phenotypical characteristics. It was created for the othering of non-white people to create a free and cheap labor class.
Okay. That's your opinion on it, or that's what y'all said?
No. That's how to partner. That's literally what it is. Who created race?
I couldn't say who exactly created race, but
I can.
Who do you think? Who could?
Gomez de Zurara.
Elaborate more, please.
Sure. Gomez de Zurara was a Portuguese man who was a chronicler for Prince Henry the Navigator. He was someone that actually wanted to get justification for chattel slavery. You know what chattel slavery is?
No, sir.
Okay. Chattel slavery there was the practice of stealing black people from Africa and then taking them through different places throughout the world to then enslave them, and not only enslave them, but to enslave their children and their children's children and so on and so on. It was servitude with no possibility of ever being free. And chattel slavery here in the US got to the point where they could no longer go and steal black people from Africa anymore. So they created breeding grounds within the country to actually make their own slaves. So they literally bred black people to be able to continue slavery.
You mind if I ask you something? Do you like, how would I put this in a sentence? Give me a sec.
It would be cool if I could finish my whole thing though, but like, sure, go ahead.
Oh, my bad, man.
Yeah, so Gomez de Zurara wanted to engage in chattel slavery, and so he went to the Catholic Church and told them that he had met this group of people, black people, and they were of the lower hemisphere. He said that they were animalistic, hypersexual, and they needed to be civilized. And so from that point, the Catholic Church published 2 Papa Bulls. I think one was in 1457 and one was in 1444 or 45, and then one was in 57. But anyway, they published 2 Papa Bulls justifying that yes, all countries that fall under the Catholic Church could engage in chattel slavery because these people were less than, and so that was the creation of race where they were categorized, and so then white people got their free and cheap labor class and started engaging in chattel slavery.
That's interesting. I might have to do a little research on that a little later.
Yeah, you should go read those Papa Bulls. Like, you can find them and you can actually read those Papa Bulls.
Okay, is it like a certain site or you just look it up?
You can go to look it up.
All right, I'll do that after this. But I wanted to ask you, like, there was this, I heard I think I read an article. I don't know the exact article, but I was doing some research on history. There were black people sold their own into slavery. Do you agree with that or no?
Show me an invoice.
Sir?
Show me an invoice.
Can I like send you a link or something?
No, you can just tell me where can I find an invoice.
Yeah, I said I couldn't find it exactly where, because I remember doing research on this and a little while back.
Yeah,
some black people sold their own into slavery for
the answers
for goods and stuff.
The answer is going to be that you can't find an invoice. Like, literally, you can't find an invoice. You know what's funny about chattel slavery? And like, we was just talking about the Papa Bulls and how they wrote down, and you can still see that today as far as the justification of why the Catholic Church said that you could do chattel slavery. These people that did this shit wrote everything down. Like, hey, Bush, they wrote it all down. They wrote down not only the justification and the places that they went and the people that they got, they wrote it all down. But for some reason, they didn't get an invoice for being sold to black people. That seems a little weird, right?
Yep.
Also, hey, Bush, got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Let's say you seem like a man of a certain elegance. Let's say you got a Rolex on, right? Right?
Yes, sir.
And you spent like 20K on your Rolex. And I come up to you and I say, Bush, I like that Rolex. Let me buy it for $5. You're like, you must be out your rabbit mind. I spent 20K on this Rolex. You're not getting this. And I pull out the banger, right? I pull out the ratchet and say, I said, let me buy that for $5. And Bush, you say, you know what? I was going to sell this for $5. Hey, Bush, were you a willing participant in the sale of your Rolex?
No, sir.
So if colonizers showed up to Africa with weapons and held black people at gunpoint and said, hey, sell us these people, and they gave them the people, were they willing participants in the slave trade?
Probably not. Definitely
that
not.
happened a lot. That's also written down too. Like, they wrote all the shit down.
Okay. Well, that makes sense. Well, when you put it that way, it makes some sense, I guess. Yeah. But I did want to argue the remove white men from power on your prompt.
Sure.
Why would you want to remove white men from power?
Because shit's fucked up right now. Like, it's rough.
What benefits would removing white men from power do for everybody?
Yeah, it would stop the war. So when it comes to white men being in power, the reason why I say there's a couple of different things, right? First and foremost, the war was initiated by a white Jewish man who has wanted to go to war with everyone. It was carried out by a white orange man who actually has dirt on him and was willing to like do anything to keep the files from coming out. And it is being propped up by a drunk white man who should be still a TV personality instead of the head of the Department of Defense. But so those white men have been the ones that have been propagating this war. But when you talk about the actual history of the country and you talk about the amount of harm that's been carried out over the 250-year history of our country, 90% of all men in power, including House, Senate, and the presidency, has been comprised of white men, right? Okay. And while white men have, throughout the history of our country, passed legislation that at sometimes help people, they overwhelmingly have passed legislation that has marginalized and harmed anyone that's not a white man. So the point that I'm getting to today is that while there have been some white men throughout history that have actually done some good things, hell, even racists like LBJ Lyndon Baines Johnson, who have done things that has even been beneficial to black people. Overwhelmingly, the guidance of white men throughout the history of our country has disenfranchised so many different people that it's brought us to the brink of a country collapsing and a war that we shouldn't be in.
So I want to make sure I'm reading you correct. When you say remove white men from power, are you saying remove all white men from power and make it more diverse in leadership?
Yeah.
Or are you saying just remove like certain white men from power? Which one?
All white men. It's all white men till it's no white men.
I mean, I see why you would agree to, remove all white men, but this country was built by white men.
It wasn't.
The Irishmen, the
hey,
Irish and everybody came over.
Hey, Bush.
Yes, sir.
How long have Irish people been white men? Or I'm sorry, how long has Irish been considered white?
I'm not sure that exact number, but I know a couple of Irish men that are white. But I mean, you could be black and Irish, so.
Well, yeah, but Irish people started classifying Irish people as white in the mid 19th century, in 1840s, somewhere around there.
Okay.
So Irish people were in the country prior to that point, and they, like, quote unquote, built the country prior to that. Did you know that one of the trade-offs that they received was white privilege?
That was one of the trade-offs?
Yeah. I mean, access to whiteness was their trade-off.
Okay.
So, yeah, for them, quote unquote, building this country, they got white privilege, which is a lot. But hey, you know what's so funny about, like, building this country?
What's that?
And you know what Turtle Island is?
No, sir.
Turtle Island was the Americas prior to colonization.
Okay.
Indigenous people were here.
Oh, so the indigenous, yeah.
Indigenous, yeah. Hey, did you know that colonizers came from Europe and they were on death's door? They were heading to the upper room. Did you know that? You ever heard of upper room?
Yeah.
The upper room with Jesus. They were on their way to the upper room. And the only reason that they made it was because the kindness of indigenous people on Turtle Island. Like, literally, the indigenous people here took them in, fed them, nursed them back from death, and then the colonizers turned around and killed so many indigenous people that it literally cooled the temperature of the earth.
Yeah, and that's something I don't agree with right there. But you can't deny that it didn't happen.
Yeah,
but
they killed so.
But
wait, did you get what I'm saying though? Right? Like, it was hot. It was hot, and so they killed so many people that it made it cold.
Yeah.
Like, not just like inside a house or some shit, like the entire earth. It cooled. They killed so many indigenous people that it cooled the temperature of the earth.
That's crazy.
But after they did that, right? After they did that to indigenous people. Hey, you remember me telling you about chattel slavery?
Yes, sir.
They did that shit. They brought black people here, and for 400 some odd years, black people worked for free, like literally for free, like literally worked and built this country for free. And then once black people fought and took their freedom, they started. Did you know they never called black people lazy until black people stopped working for free? Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's when they started calling black people lazy. When black people were no longer slaves working for free, that's when black people started being considered. Hey, have you ever heard of loitering?
Yes, sir.
Did you know the reason why loitering was created is because after slavery, they created the God damn it, what's the black codes and the pig laws, where they actually said that like black men literally had to work for white men, and if they were caught hanging out in a collective area and not working, they would be taken to jail. That's how loitering was made a law.
I didn't know that. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm liking that you're telling me this stuff, because I will be doing research on it later. You know.
Yeah,
So I like
that's
learning
how
new stuff.
that's why loitering came around. Anyway, when black people stopped doing shit for free, that's why vagrancies. Yep, exactly. That's why like ever since black people stopped working for free, they've been saying black people are lazy. But after black people stopped working for free is when we started talking about the Japanese people, or not Japanese, sorry, the Asian people that came in and built and sustained the country, the Irish people that came in, built and sustained the country, the undocumented immigrants that come in now from the southern countries that have been propping up the actual like country in multiple. Did you know that undocumented immigrants make up the majority of our service industry, our construction industry, and our hospitality industry?
Yes, sir. I know that. I believe that Americans should actually get out there and start working way more, because they were letting people who are undocumented come here and outperform us. It's kind of embarrassing for us as American people. Don't you agree?
Maybe, kind of. Happy birthday, Mimi. Happy birthday.
It's kind of off topic. It's kind of off topic. But
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Really quick, if you don't mind.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Did you know that undocumented immigrants, there was this complete study, study completed by the Cato Institute, right-leaning, not, anyway, Cato Institute, that found that immigration as a whole has reduced the United States deficit over the last 30 years by 14.7 trillion with the T trillion dollars, and undocumented immigrants alone has reduced the United States deficit by 1.47 trillion, meaning that like not only do these undocumented immigrants that come from these southern countries prop up all these vital industries for us, but they are literally single-handedly fighting the United States debt.
Yes, I heard. I've actually heard of that. I heard those arguments plenty of times people bring, and yeah, it's true.
The point that I'm making is that like white men didn't build this country. They literally colonized, victimized, and like exploited everyone else.
Yeah, but I mean, this is how I see it, and I respect you, because I actually respect you. You actually made me kind of go away from the Republican Party a little bit, actually watching you some more. I didn't really go to the Democrat side, kind of went independent,
That's
looking at some
everybody should be. Like, seriously, I think like being independent is if you're a true independent, that's a strong factor, because like you should actually lean towards whatever party is going to do what's best for the whole of the people. And fun fact about that, while I don't agree with either parties, I vote Democrat because they do more progressive stuff than the Republican Party, even though neither one of them really do too much of shit.
Yeah, and I think it's a big problem that Americans are relying too much on these two corrupt parties that's been in power for years. I believe independent should be. I think people don't go vote independent because they think their vote won't count, pretty much because these two powerful. Yeah, and I mean, it is true, it won't count. And I believe people should stop using their mindset and actually try to like mass vote independent. Because honestly,
you know what the issue with that is though? Because like, while if we had a viable third party candidate, that would be cool. But what happens if, let's say, the cicada, Jill Stein, you know who she is?
Yeah, I've heard of her.
You know what a cicada is?
No, sir.
It's like a bug that like buries itself on the ground, and then it comes out every couple of years.
That annoying.
Jill Stein is a cicada. She that's why nowhere to be found right now. But during election season, she's here, right? But I digress. Let's say Jill Stein actually won the 2024 presidential election, right?
Yeah.
And everything else stays the same. Who has control of the House?
I'm not sure.
Republicans. Who has
control
because
it was
the
a majority of Republicans were in charge. Yeah.
The problem is that people like Jill Stein or the Green Party haven't tried to go through the necessary processes of establishing local and state level government. They haven't integrated like into lower levels and grassroots of government. They haven't cultivated a base that would make it viable, that not only would allow them to get elected on a state level, but when they get into power, you have to have party members within Congress. And there's no Green Party member of Congress. And so they don't have the ability to caucus and get any type of legislation that they actually want passed. So presidents are just figureheads in a lot of different ways. And normally the power of the purse lies with Congress. Now, this Congress has superseded that and decided that they're gonna give all the power to the executive branch, but like literally it's not supposed to be that way. But again, the problem is that even if a third party candidate did win the presidency, they wouldn't have any type of backing from the rest of Congress to be able to do the things they want to do.
Probably would go against them, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it'll be a bunch of executive orders challenged in court, a bunch of nothing happening. So it'll be pointless.
Yeah. How would you think that process of trying to get a third party into power and like all of the different, and it's going to be difficult. It's going to take some years too.
Yeah, but they like the fucking wild thing is like the Green Party isn't new, but they just jumped the line. It's like, I want to be president instead of actually like doing the fucking work.
Yeah, and I've been trying to you know, dig deeper into the independent party, you know, trying to learn more about this, since I disagree with Republicans and Democrats, because Republicans, they're liars, and Democrats, sometimes they're liars, you know, and sometimes on both sides, and I don't agree with it, you know. And it's
a bunch of liars.
Yeah, so it's no good for American people, because I feel like these two parties divide us so much that we need a party that actually brings us together, because they call us the United States, but with these two parties are in charge, we're ununited. You know what we need?
We need a new constitution.
That's gonna be impossible, but I agree.
Yeah, like, so when the Constitution was written, it was written for white men that own land, and then after that, everyone else has been given their actual rights. And the issue with that is that like the rights of the people have been infringed on, taken away, like litigated. It's been a whole thing. And so like all Americans aren't created equal, even though they try to perpetuate that lie. And even Thomas Jefferson, right, one of the founding fathers, father of racism, but one of the founding fathers said that the laws that are written in the Constitution shouldn't govern people of the future, right? Understanding that there's a need for new constitutions, he said, every 19 years, but like I want to say that like 19 years in that time is probably like 50 years, because you know they were dying early and shit. But like the idea that the Constitution, one, it wasn't written for everyone, which is fucking wild. But then also two, the fact that it doesn't fit the time that we live in, right? They wrote the Constitution where people were riding horses and shooting muskets, and now we got Bugattis and like, you know, machine guns and shit. So like it's a huge difference.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think it should be updated. I agree with some of the stuff that's still in the Constitution. I think it just needs to be add-ons and takeoffs. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
Have we not been doing that?
I mean, we kind of, but you know, it's not in our favor, not in people's favor.
Bush, what's the definition of insanity?
Insanity?
Yeah.
Like some crazy person or something? Like
no,
what do you mean?
Doing
insanity?
doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result.
Oh my bad. I thought you said insanity. My bad.
Insanity.
All right.
Doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. And we have been adding amendments and articles and
I mean, it's not helping nobody. And this is the part that I like. I see why people vote like Democrats, you know, based on what Trump is doing right now.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a far right guy, but I've been slowly, you know, dipping my feet in the water, trying to understand both sides now, and not trying to be biased to anybody. And I you know, I was a full on Republican conservative, and then I voted. Then you know, I started seeing American soldiers die, you know, and then unalive.
Hey, did you know? No, you're good. Did you know they're hiding the numbers?
Yeah, I know. I figured there are
It's
hiding
fucking
numbers
crazy.
because it's the numbers are climbing. You know, randomly, like we got soldiers returning home, and then like, oh, another soldier confirmed unalive here, and I'm like, what is this? Because like I'm at the perfect age to be sent off to war, and I'm like,
ooh,
you know,
listen. So before I started my live, I wanted to put a video out, but I didn't get to finish editing. How old are you?
I just turned 20.
You just turned 20?
Yep.
Okay. I'll play the sound for the beginning of my video because I haven't finished editing it. I want you to hear this. Chat, would you guys like a sneak peek to the video that I'm going to be publishing today? Would anybody else like to hear a quick snippet from the video that I'm going to be putting out today? Yeah? All right. I got you. If you're 18 to 25 years old, congratulations, you are now officially eligible for World War III. And if you're someone that voted for Donald Jimothy Trump, you're a MAGA 18 to 25, guess what?
You have been promoted. You are now one of my elite employees.
So the reason why I say that is because a couple of different things, including the fact that Congress just passed legislation saying that if you are now 18 to 25 years old, you no longer have to register for the draft. You are automatically auto-enrolled into the draft. And even more than
that goes
now,
against our rights.
They passed it. They already passed it. It's already happening, Bub. Like
Yeah,
they're auto-enrolling you into the draft. And then this is the crazy part. They're now talking about whether or not they need to restart the draft. Like literally the Trump administration has been talking about what it would look like to be able to restart the draft.
Yeah, and I refuse to fight for rich white men. I'm gonna be honest with you, I refuse to fight for rich white men. So I'm gonna, you know, I got a dual citizenship in Norway, you know, and if ever trying to be, I don't want to seem like a coward to my country because I love the United States, you know, but you know, I would refuse to fight for people who just sit there in the comfort of, you know, their little comfy cushion chair and just get the command young men to go fight, you know, young men and women.
It's always old men wanting young men to fight their wars. Like that's how it works. It's fucking insane. And for people in the comments saying like, I see you guys got a lot of questions. Sorry, I was hoping to have that video out before I went live this morning, but I didn't get to finish editing it. I promise you, just hang tight. When I post the video today, it'll have all the answers to the questions in it. It's a doozy. But I actually cite my sources and tell you where I got the information from and blah, 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 blah. It's a doozy.
Yeah, I mean, like I've been actually, you know that when they were promoting send Barron Trump to fight. Yeah, if Trump sends him, I'll fight. You know, Trump sends his son, I'll fight. That's how it goes.
You think Captain Bone Spurs is going to send his son to war?
Of course not. But if he sends him, that's the only. You know, if he shows that he got some guts enough to send his own son, then I know that it's for the people. Well, not really for the people, but you know, if you send your own son, but I know he ain't gonna do that. So you know, it's like, why would I fight? You know, it makes no sense, and it's embarrassing. Plus, we're fighting a war that we don't even need to fight.
Yeah, that's war that's Israel's war.
Yeah, and then Israel, I don't see any Israeli soldiers, you know, being sent off with us, you know, like they the ones that pretty much went off to do this without telling the allies that, hey, I'm about to go strike this country, you know?
Yeah.
It was just the U.S. and Israel.
You know what's crazy? So what is it? Hold on. How many? 1 second here. One second. So Trump sent 25,000 Marines. 25,000. I'm sorry, not 25,000. 2,500. Holy shit! Not 25,000. 2,500 Marines to the Strait of Hormuz, right?
Yes, sir.
And there's also they're also sending an additional 50,000 American troops. Or I'm sorry, there's already 50,000 American troops in the area, right? And
yes,
now there's reported allegations that they're looking to go boots on ground, right? They're looking to actually send troops into Iran. They did an actual interview with leadership from Iran, and the reporter said, hey, there's reports that the Trump administration is looking to actually deploy Marines into Iran. And the leadership looked right down the barrel of the camera and said, okay, we're waiting.
And that was what gets me is that we're not fighting, in our Afghanistan again. We're not fighting over there. We're not fighting these untrained guys. We're facing our military. These guys are somewhat organized. They have
it's not just that,
missions.
The issue with Iran is their environment, right? That was one of the reasons, or one of the issues we had with Afghanistan. But correct me if I'm wrong. I thought I looked this up. I think every area of Iran, every entry point is surrounded by waterways and mountains. It's some of the roughest terrains to be in. And so attacking them is damn near impossible. Exactly. Yeah. So
and it just amazes me how he goes from no wars at all, and Biden's going to start a war, or Kamala, when she gets into power, she's going to start a war versus Trump going, hey, guess what? Young man, get ready. Time to go to war. It makes no sense. Yep. It really irritates me because I did not get what I voted for, and it's embarrassing for me. Now I feel embarrassed.
Hey, what did you actually vote for?
I voted for no new wars. I voted for I have a iffy type of thing about the borders and stuff. I wanted and trust me, I'm not trying to say that I'm fully against immigrants coming to this country, but I believe I believe it should be easier for people to come here and become a citizen. Don't believe, but they're making it really difficult, which kind of went against what I was kind of voting for. You know what I mean? They kind of making it completely difficult for people to become citizens. And I was can
I pitch an idea to you?
Yes, sir.
Mass amnesty. Right?
I've heard of that. I've actually heard of that. Yeah. So you get, let
me run this by you real quick. Yeah. So instead of spending $88 billion a year for mass deportation, where they're literally violating the rights of undocumented immigrants and American citizens, and literally shooting American citizens in the face, we go through mass amnesty, where we say, hey, if you're currently here, you have this window to declare and say, hey, I would like to officially become a citizen of the United States. And that allows us to, one, get an official count as far as how many immigrants we have in the country, because the numbers are unsure. There's speculations as far as how many undocumented immigrants we actually have in the country, but no one knows for sure. Two, that gives us a chance to properly vet these undocumented immigrants, because once they come forward and say, hey, I want citizenship, then we're going to put them through the ringer as far as vetting them, including making sure that they're not someone that just showed up, but someone who's been here and a part of our country and actually adding to our country. Three, it would allow them to successfully integrate into our economy. And there's already been massive positive benefits when it comes to the federal level, when it comes to taxes and all this other stuff. But then you roll them into the state level and all the additional things that it opens up, like access to home loans, education, all this other stuff, where we can make more money. It'll stimulate the economy in multiple ways. And then number four, Bush, if I sit here and say hey, if you're undocumented, and I say, listen, come talk to me. And if you talk to me, I'll let you be a part of the country. Why would you say no?
Exactly.
No. The question is, why would you say no?
I mean, I wouldn't, because I'm given an opportunity. I wouldn't,
right. The only people in those situations that would say no would be the people that are here for nefarious reasons, right? So if you, the people that are here for nefarious reasons aren't going to want citizenship. They would rather continue to be undocumented than get citizenship. So if we give that option for mass amnesty, which is cheaper, which would add so many more benefits, and it would shrink the amount of people that we need to go after. We could only specifically focus on those bad people that are here for nefarious reasons. Then we can do all of that. And here's the kick in the teeth. who do you think is, if you, I know you're young, but if you had to say like this person is the greatest Republican president of all time, who would you say?
You see, previously, if you asked me like last year, I would have said Trump. But you know, I honestly look back at it, I'm not positive. I'm not pretty sure because this is the only president I got a chance to vote for. But who would you say if you could?
Can I show you something really quick?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. Here. So you know how
Reagan.
You know how like the electoral college is what dictates who becomes the president?
Yes, sir.
And you know each state has a certain amount of electoral votes.
Yes, sir.
And then you know how like we got the swing states where they go back and forth and people win and people don't win and all the other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
This is Ronald Reagan's map.
Oh.
Ronald Reagan fucking dog walked in his presidential election.
I probably would have voted
Even
for him.
fucking black people voted for Ronald Reagan overwhelmingly. Black people, this is the crazy shit. At that time, when black people were voting, black people had fucking Ronald Reagan hanging in their house, pictures of Ronald Reagan hanging in their house. This was Reagan's map. So
that's crazy. I'm actually surprised. That's crazy.
Yeah. Ronald Reagan, while being one of the most pieces of shit ever, because like, you know, he put booger sugar in the hood and destabilized the black family, in which it's not me speculating, like literally they've released a documentation about how they use those illicit substances to destabilize black communities, racism. But regardless, Ronald Reagan was the last president to actually do mass amnesty. He literally said, yep, we need to give all these undocumented immigrants access to being members of the United States of America. So the last
this is proof that mass amnesty works.
Yeah, like the Republicans, like literally the Republican, the end all be all of the Republican Party was the last person that actually did mass amnesty. So the point that I'm making, right, is that there's so many different things that we could do as far as like the immigration issues that we have within our country. But it would be more effective to have mass amnesty instead of like mass deportation. It would have so many more positive benefits. And then also we can work on our actual like immigration policy and stuff. So it's just like, it's so many things.
I got a question. Did he run under that as like a policy, or did he just bring that up as he was in his presidency?
That's a good question. I don't think he ran on I don't think he ran on mass amnesty. I think that was just a decision that was made during his presidency.
Okay. Yeah, because I have a lot of immigrant friends. So you know, recently
actually,
I was
no, he did. I'm sorry.
Wait, he did?
Yeah, he ran on mass amnesty, and then that's when he signed it into law with the Immigration Reform and Control Act of 1986. And he specifically said that he wanted undocumented immigrants to be able to have moral necessity to legally put down roots. Like Ronald Reagan, I'm sure he's rolling in his grave in hell seeing what Trump is doing, because like even Ronald Reagan thought like the idea of tariffs was the worst fucking thing ever, even though Donald Trump loves tariffs.
Yeah, he's obsessed with those.
Yeah. But I digress. Like
so
the point that
I'm actually kind of interested in that now. You bring that up to me. This is like the 5th time I've heard somebody say something about that.
Yeah.
In my college, my professor, he brought it up, you know.
Yeah.
And he was talking about it while it was affecting.
I'll say this, like I'm not advocating for the Democratic Party because I think they're shit, but I do think that like when it comes to harm reduction and progression, they do it at a higher clip. And then even if you look at the numbers, like throughout the history of the country, like the Republican parties love to claim that they are better for the economy, but like every key indicator as far as like progress has been better under Democratic rule versus Republican rule. And like the things that at least benefit everyday Americans, the Democratic Party has more of a propensity to do it. Not saying that they're good at it, but they're more likely to do things that's better for everyday Americans.
It's like choosing the best out of the two poisons or whatever the saying is, right?
Harm reduction. Yeah. That's who I vote for. I don't vote for Democrats because I like them. I vote for them because of harm reduction.
Yeah, I'm actually going to look more into that mass amnesty thing because I actually might write a paper on it and look at, do a little more research so I can understand it way more. Because if you're saying, I'm just fifth time I've heard someone say it and they were saying how effective it is.
Yeah,
might just be the route to go.
You want to know why they don't want to do that?
What?
A white replacement theory.
Yeah, I can see that.
Did you know that white people are the only group in America that over the last 25 years has a declining birth rate?
No, I did not know that, actually.
Every other group in the country, every other race has increased their birth rates within the last 25 years. White people haven't. Now, that's also contributed to the fact that like biracial people are the fastest growing demographic within the country. And but when you take a look at like the things that are happening, right, the access to abortion, right, it's literally to restrict white women to keep them from having abortion so they can have more white babies. The fact that like the Save America Act is trying to be put in place, which is going to disenfranchise millions of Americans, including overwhelmingly disenfranchised married women, which would allow the man to be controlling of the household and have the vote. It like all of this is incentive to try to increase the birth rate for white people. That's why they're trying to go through mass deportation. That's why Donald Trump actually ran on decreasing legal immigration. Like literally his first term and his second term, he said he wanted to reduce legal immigration, and he's been successful. He's done a shit job as far as like mass deportation for undocumented immigrants, but they've gone after people like TPA. They've gone after people who have asylum laws. They actually priced out asylum. Like literally, they added like online registration fees for asylum. They added like yearly fees for asylum. All this other stuff is the reason why like all of the numbers have started dropping. So they want to decrease the amount of immigrants coming into the country as a whole. And they want to force white women to have more white babies. See, now the fucked up part is white women, right? White women, this is the first time in current history where white women are graduating college at the same clip and getting paid the same rate right out of college as white men. First time white women are they're graduating and making the same money right out of college as white men. And that's a terrifying thing to anyone that wants to actually, save the white race, because if white women don't have to rely on white men to be the breadwinners and like white men have to get personalities, they're not that great at personalities. Most of them. Some of them are good, but most of them aren't.
Yeah, what would you say? Would you call yourself an independent?
No, I'm a leftist.
Okay, leftist.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference between like Democrat leftist? What's the difference there?
It's a spectrum. I believe if I had to categorize myself as something, I would be like a social democrat. I believe in social safety nets. All this other. I'm not a communist. Some people think because I hang out with a lot of communists that I'm a communist. I fuck with communism, but I wouldn't classify myself as a communist. But I believe that like the core principle of my belief is like everybody should be able to live a good life, like regardless of like your economic status, regardless of your lot in life. Everyone should be able to have a good life where they don't have to worry about like basic needs, food, healthcare, like water,
I agree with that.
Like that. So,
and that's the type of things I agree with, because people think because I have somewhat far right views that I'm fully against like different races and people, which I'm not. It's is that I like because I like the I'm recently this year I became more open minded when my government started lying to me. I'll be honest with you.
Wait, he said start. Oh, Bub, you got a lot to learn. They've been lying to you for a
I
long
do.
time.
I do.
God damn. Hey, wait until you find out how many nations the CIA has destabilized and overthrown. Like this shit is wild. Like did you know the government fucking admitted to killing Martin Luther King Jr.?
You say what now?
The fucking government killed MLK.
I bet they did.
No, they've admitted it. Like the documents are out there. Like this shit is wild. Wait till you start figuring out like the fucked up. The United States of America is the evil empire. Like I'm telling you, it's fucked. We have destabilized so many countries. We've carried out fucking internal attacks on our country and our citizens. It is fucked, and it's all unclassified now.
Yeah, like and I didn't even know that. So I'm just seeing the recent stuff that's happening. That
they're putting out the old shit. Like they're not putting out the new shit. You know what's crazy?
I chance to read that files.
They just dropped. Hold on one second. Like this shit is crazy. Conspiracy theories have been up. Like conspiracy theories, they've been eating good lately. 1 second. Give me a second. All right, I'm going to put this on the screen. Boy, you're not going to be able to tell conspiracy theories like shit because they they're going to start making fun of me when I break out my tin hat. All right, look at this.
All right.
Fuck is this here? Get going. Sorry, 1 second. How the fuck did I get this down? All right. Here, that's fine. Can you see that?
Yes, sir. What is that? CIA? Is that says CIA? Because I can run CIA. Okay.
Yep. I'm sorry. I don't know how to fucking close this pop up. That's the fucking CIA trying to stop. Yeah. CIA accused of poisoning the skies with toxins as files expose secret weather control agent. Right. And so this talks about the top secret CIA files detailed America's plan to control the weather by manipulating the weather. The documents, declassified in 2003, discuss the controversial topic of weather manipulation and tactic launch rockets using planes to dump chemicals into the atmosphere after altering climate and local storm systems. Although it resurfaced in documents in 1965, it did not mention specific chemicals used as experiments, and they did not. They're trying to silence us. They don't want to talk about it. Anyway, I'll just say, go look that up.
I will.
Anyway, listen, I'm gonna have to let you go because it seemed like the CIA trying to CIA combined with Israel and all this other stuff. They don't want us to know,
It was good talking with you, man. I actually enjoyed this debate.
Yeah, likewise.
Next time I'm gonna come with some arguments so we can actually have a really good debate, and then I've followed you already.
Okay,
so
I appreciate
it. Day, man.
All right, you too. Yep. Guys, make sure you go look that shit up. I'm telling you, it's crazy. Really quick, W's in the chat for Catherine for the $1 donation saying, guest has American Nazi activist George Lincoln Rockwell as a PFP. Who? I didn't notice that. Holy shit. W's in the chat for Kenya for the $5 donation saying, thank you for all that you do to educate the public. You're such a clear and easy way to understand. There's so much ignorance about overall world/US history, and you inform people so kindly and clearly. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that you feel like that. I just be rambling. Not gonna hold you. I just be rambling. W's in chat for Kenya as well for the $5 donation saying, I'm a Black lesbian married to an African immigrant. We're both in the public health and Monopoly. I don't know. I can't say that word. And the horrors we, with this administration, has done to impact the communities for decades to come. Yeah, exactly. It's heartbreaking, but thankful for you showing up every day to make a difference. I appreciate you. W's in the chat for Caleb for the $10 donation saying, doing good work. Thank you. Keep it up. Thank you. And W's in the chat for Tess. What up, Tess? Who sent a $20 donation saying, that's what we need. Reductionist party, harm reduction, debt relief, etc. There's a problem with the name, but yeah, like I get what you're saying. Seriously, like they should be doing stuff for the American people. Over on YouTube, W's in the chat for Blue Bonnet for the $2 super chat. Say today is a learning community time. Yeah, I feel like we've learned some stuff. W's in the chat for Tori for the $10 super chat to say, we did what we did to the indigenous people, what Israelis, we're doing to indigenous people what Israelis did to Palestinians. Yeah, like literally. W's in the chat for Land for the $10 super chat to say the constitution change I really want to see is the requirement of no felonies to run for public office. Crazy that a felon possession charge can keep you from working at McDonald's, but Trump is president. Yeah, I mean, like, I understand that, but also like the issue, there's so many issues with our prison system. And the fact that like people can easily get a felony while still being like such vital parts of society, and even more so, our prison system isn't about like reforming anyone. It's just about punishment. So like, there's a lot to that. W's in the chat for Zumba for the $9.99 super chat to say the real reason I have no faith in the government being apolitical. Everything has been talked about lately. I've been getting more into politics, and I regret not voting. Holy smokes. W's in the chat for you, Zumba. You know what? I tell people this all the time. Like,
My name's Kyle. I run a political live where we talk about what's wrong with the left's messaging. I voted for the Democrats. I always have. I'll probably always will, because they're the party of progression. But at this point in time, I'm going to go work out. But before you guys do leave, me and Itchy are going to start another conversation that I had earlier about men and having representation on the left and what it looks like to be a masculine man in a progressive world. If you would like to join me and Itchy for that conversation, be here tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I believe that's when we are supposed to run the first show. We talked about it earlier. So we're going to do that, and we're going to have a discussion on what it looks like to be a decent human being who also is a man, and how masculinity doesn't mean running society. Thank you for the bubblegum gift. So I will see you guys later. And
be allowed to date in 2026. Brokies should not be allowed to date. Like I said, they glorify chaos, normalize excuses, expect others to carry their weight. Okay? They reproduce without accountability, turn survival into pride and call it manipulation, or like, and call it like romance, but it's really manipulation. Okay? Charms and looks don't pay.
yeah, they got me. They got me. They got me. Got me because someone was hating. We know how they do. But like, I was literally like the fucking shit was, it's crazy because I was reading from an actual source. When I tell you Trump supporters are so mad, they get butthurt so easy. They get butt hurt so easy. Anyway, I'm going to finish saying thank you. I'm going to finish saying thank you. Like I was saying, W's in the chat for what I was making the point that, like, make sure you guys vote or make sure you do something. Like, just saying that you actually regret something is not good enough, right? We got to make sure that not only are we saying like, oh, I regret this, but we are actually doing something about the things that we regret. Like, that's the biggest thing. We got to make sure that we're doing something about the things that we regret. Also, make sure you guys are following the third account, the backup to the backup. This one right here. Follow that account. Follow the backup to the backup. Follow that account just to be safe. W's in the chat for Madam. Why is it doing that? Holy smokes. W's in chat for Madam for the $12 super chat to say recently discovered Parker and Dean, but your streams keep my blood pressure from spiking. LOL. Love the way you handled Jill yesterday and love the way you're speaking with this guest. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Like, I think it's important to speak with like kindness and all this other stuff. W's in the chat for Rust Belt for the $5 super chat to say they also don't want mass amnesty because they keep the permanent underclass of workers that won't unionize and cause trouble for corporations. That's true. W's in the chat for Sin for the $4.99 super chat to say they're basically the fire. We're basically the fire nation. We are, like, literally the U.S. is the fire nation. W's in the chat for Kayla for the $1 donation saying FDT, but I feel we should be careful not to stigmatize people with criminal records. That's what I was saying. I'm a felon. I contribute, member of society. I can't stand when people use the word felon as a slur. Yeah, that's super dangerous. That's super dangerous. And like, that's the whole point. I think there needs to be a complete revamp of our criminal justice system as a whole. And like, there's just so much to it. Anyway, guys, make sure you guys are following the backup to the backup. This is the third account, just to be safe. And yeah. I just want to come back on for a second and be able to say thank you to the rest of the people with the super chats. And for us to be able to get out of here, I was trying to hurry up and end before, the haters started hating. I appealed it. We're going to see what happens. Anyway, let's call it. Let's go ahead and go.
You stepped in a box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats to get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in.
Hey,
hit hard like a punch.
Hey, chat.
Que é o melhor lugar para assistir, gente. De frente aqui, ó. A Bela e a Fera, a Cinderela. A Frozen, a Elsa. Ah, que legal. Ah, só esse príncipe aí. A Bela aqui, ó. Olha a Bela. Essa eu não sei quem é. Essa eu não sei quem é. Essa eu não sei quem é, não.
Shall we? Let's get YouTube back in here. There we go. All right. All right. So I just wanted to come back in just for a second and say, like, I fucked up. I didn't mean to do that, but it's fine. It's fine. The one thing that I wanted to say is these motherfuckers can hate all they want, but they can't fucking stop us. They can't fucking stop us. They can hate all they want, but they can't fucking stop us. I'm still alive. Hey, I'm still alive. Hey, haters. You can hate all you want to. You can hate all you want to. You still can't stop me. They tried to play in our face, chat. Like we didn't literally have the source on the screen reading the source. We literally had the source on the screen reading the source. You fucking idiot. Anyway, we're going to get out of here. Because I was getting ready to end anyway. So, YouTube, I just want to say thank you. TikTok, I want to say thank you. Twitch, Instagram, thank you. All right, guys. We're just going to say bye. And we'll be back this evening for late nights. Which is 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. All right? Okay. Thank you for all the gifts, the likes, the taps, the shares. Thank you for all hanging out. Thank you for being amazing. I love you all. And as always...